worked late,
Okay.
so I got to get that in. But I feel like it didn't start to click until the end. For me, but I think it's because I didn't really understand what it's all about. I didn't really know that we were in the process of doing this, and I really just didn't. But I really started to kind of figure out more as I got towards it at the end. It really is. It is. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm pinch hitting this evening. My name is Dan Leonard. I'll be your VP of the Planning Commission, aka the board chair for the interim. Our chair is running a little behind, so I'm just going to kick it off and delay. Regardless, besides calling the meeting to order, the first measure of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm pretty good at that. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Leslie, can we do a roll call, please?
Certainly. Ferguson.
Here.
Gonzalez. Nimitz.
Here.
Bartlett.
Yes.
Edley.
Here.
Leonard.
Here.
Syke.
Excused. We'll be here shortly. Thank you. And next on the agenda is just a review for conflict of interest. Is there anyone on the Planning Commission who has a conflict of interest on tonight's only agenda item? Not seeing anyone. We'll proceed on to approval of the agenda.
Also move to approve the agenda of March 24, 2022.
I'll support.
Thank you. Moved by Nemitz and supported by Edley. Those all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next, under item 5 is the approval of the minutes from March 1st, the regular meetings and site visit meeting minutes.
I have one correction on page 3.
Okay?
After C, where it says a motion was made by me, it doesn't have a second.
Okay.
And I didn't look at I'm sorry, I can't tell you who that was.
I can find it out.
Okay.
I'll fix it.
No problem. Are there any other corrections or adjustments? I'd entertain a moment or a motion to approve, thank you, for the proposed adjustments to the motion meeting minutes from March 1st, 2022.
I move to approve the meeting minutes from March 1st, 2022.
Support.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in lieu of the agenda this evening. We were hoping to kind of switch things up a little bit. I should have addressed this already. But in light of trying to allow Commissioner Syke to join us this evening, we'd really like to kind of switch things in terms of the order of operations. Peter, is there anything I need to do to amend the agenda? Because I'd like to jump forward.
So you're going to have to
Seek an amendment?
seek an amendment to the agenda that you.
Go ahead, Claire.
It sounds like both Commissioner Syke and Gonzalez are on their way.
Okay, got it. Well, in lieu of that, what I'd like to do then is introduce the ability for us to amend the agenda to move. Is that possible at this point? To move the
What?
order of operations. I'd love to have staff reports come first, just to kind of buy us a little bit of time for other commissioners to come on board.
Sure, so you're going to move item, where's the staff report?
There's no staff report.
Look at the agenda.
Correspondence.
Correspondence
You
meeting.
can do that.
Well,
Well, maybe we introduce an agenda item then to consider having just staff updates before we get too far into the agenda this evening.
So that would be a new item 6, and we move the numbers to 12 from the,
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
we can entertain a motion to do that.
Would there be support of a motion to do that, or entertain a motion to have staff report come in as item number 6 and bump everything down 1?
I would make a motion to have staff report added to the agenda at item number 6 and move everything down.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll support.
Thank you. There's a motion, a second. All those signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So now, back to staff. There's been a lot going on. It'd be nice to kind of get an update as to where we are, since how we have 4 staff members here this evening. So Claire, we'll kick it off with you.
Are you looking for just a general staff update, not related to the GoRec agenda item?
Yes.
Okay. So, sorry, hadn't prepared, but we have a few administrative reviews in the planning and zoning department. So we had, I think, 2 different minor amendments to the Bayview site plan. They're pretty minor, but they're increasing the building footprint by like 2 feet of garage and for the duplex and quadplex structures that they're working on. So those were approved, as well as they've changed a couple of the duplexes to quadplex. So haven't changed the total number of units, but changing the format on a few of those. The other staff administrative review, right now, we're just, Burger King came in for an additional drive-through lane, so we're just taking a look at that and making sure they've got their landscaping, open space, all of that, so. Besides that, we've got a lot of agenda items coming up for the April meeting, so I think there's 6 different staff reports that myself as well as Sarah are working on in preparation. 4 are carried over from the March meeting, and then we've got 2 new agenda items that are going to be introduced, so.
Curiosity, has there been anyone that's come in to discuss the amendments that we had talked about a month ago with the additional of a mix of uses or multiple uses within a single zoning category?
We haven't had anyone come in and speak with us about those. I did have one developer who was interested. I think he owned some motel units on US 31, was interested in putting like some smaller format multifamily units up in East Bay Corners District, and was interested in definitely less than like the 586 or whatever is required, and said that 400 would be better, and possibly even smaller than the 400 would work well for him.
Okay. Great, thank you for that.
Are permits up from last year? We used to get those reports. I don't know if they're relevant anymore.
Yeah, yep, and
You
we
hit them
have.
at the regular meetings.
Okay. I must have
We're up a little bit. I think we're up by 9 permits.
Okay, good. Good deal. Thank you.
And just real quick, we have a visitor? Oh, well, wouldn't hurt. I was hoping to actually get a quick update from Brian, just because there are a lot of infrastructure road projects that are being done throughout the county. Are there any of those that we could maybe touch base on within the township boundaries that we should be aware of?
You're talking road specific or developments?
Maybe D, all of the above.
Let's see here, the Keystone project, we've seen that in the paper about the roundabout, so it'll be done on Keystone, so that'll be an eye opener this summer, very similar to what you saw on Hammond Road and 4 Mile. There are some developments that have been submitted that we are in review on right now within East Bay Township for stormwater and infrastructure, and just reviewing the site for general plan items. And we've got some that we need to get comments to Claire in the commission for the April meeting, and we're working on those, but outside of that, it's pretty much status quo.
Thank you for that. I know that there's been a lot of pressure as of recent, with a ton of different opportunities that are running around the state right now, federally and locally. So I wish you the best of luck in your seat in the next 3 to 6 months. Same with Sarah. I think she's feeling the pinch as well. From the township board's perspective, I know we've got Beth Friend with us. Is it possible we could get an update on all the happenings within the board? Thank you.
I'm the designated mic mover.
Okay.
Oof.
Oh, are you pulling it? Is that right off there? Brian. So, number one, thank you. And just like pretty much everybody who will comment to you or has commented to you, thank you very much for your service on the Planning Commission. It's very much appreciated. Just to touch base on a couple things with the Township Board. We recently have approved a resolution to put in a grant application to the Michigan Natural Resource Trust Fund. This would be for a warming hut over at Grace McDonald Park. The prices came in extremely high. We're not very happy with those prices, and we're working to see if that's maybe a zealous estimate, or if we need to adapt the project. But we're excited to get into this funding cycle for the DNR Trust Fund. We've been really successful with them. As you know, we've had a 2019 and a 2020 successful grant applications. Those are still actually going on and being completed. So Holiday Woodlands Preserve will probably be completed in the first 6 months of this year. And from that, we'll probably look to maybe a funding source to do some planning for that property, keeping it very natural. And then in 2020, we were given a grant for Arbutus Park to renovate it, and I'm happy to say that we just got finished designing the bathrooms, and they are fully ADA compliant to the extent that we have even adult changing station in there, so we're really happy about that. Also, if I can steal a little bit of Tart's thunder and share with you that they received, they've been working on a group project or a collaborative project with us and Norte and the Conservancy that you guys are aware of, and that's the 3-mile trail extension south into this area, and then meeting up with the Safe Routes to School projects. They were just given a $900,000 funding from the feds that will help to pay for the pre-construction engineering, so that's pretty exciting. It's a very big project, a very expensive project, because it's all over wetlands. And so the construction will be a lot of boardwalk, and that increases the engineering, increases the costs, and so forth. So we're really excited to have some funding to get going on the really extensive planning on that. And then with Safe Routes to School, Claire and another consultant have been working hard on that, and we've had some good response from Safe Routes to School. And we are looking at receiving $1 million from them for infrastructure right around the schools for sidewalks and crossings and so forth, which, believe it or not, on busy roads, you can do. With a lot of planning and education and all of those things that Safe Routes to School allows for. So we're really happy to be continuing on those grant application, or along with that grant process and working with the Road Commission. So thank you again, and just wanted to give you that update while you had the opportunity, and fill in a little bit of time, and while we, of course, have some people here that may be interested to know about those successful grant applications. Have a good evening.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks for the update, appreciate it. And I'm going to quickly hand this off. We've made it down to we're on to the new 6. We added in a bit of a staff update.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Apologize for tardiness here. So we're on to public comment for any topic other than the agenda item. So if anybody has any public comment on any other item than the agenda item, please feel free to come forward, state your name and address.
Good job.
Thank you.
Carol Kusel, East Bay Township citizen, property owner. I shared this information at the recent Zoning Board of Appeals meeting, and wanted to just take a few minutes of your time and share it. I'm a member of the Spider Lake Property Owners Association, as well as the co-chair of the Water Quality Committee. And the Water Quality Committee ordered a subscription of the Michigan Riparian, and had that sent to the Township Planning and Zoning Office. We know that this one was already sent. The next, it's a quarterly resource. The next one should be coming in the next couple of weeks. And we're sharing, we decided to do that because there are so many important things that you do, decisions that you make that affect our inland lakes, especially in our Forest Lakes area. And in this particular one, there's an article, a 2-page article that I copied and shared with you that was written by the Michigan Lakes and Streams Association. That's who puts out this quarterly magazine or resource. Their lawyer put together an article that is entitled Pressing Zoning Matters, and the chart on the back page lists multiple things, areas in which he recommends that townships across the state take a look at in terms of whether or not their township or their municipality is up to date on it. At the Zoning Board of Appeals, Ms. Carner mentioned that the draft is ready for the update on the master plan. Excuse me for all this terminology, got to get it straight. And I understand that the next step for you folks after reviewing that master plan is then to look at all our ordinances and coordinate. Are they what you want? Are they in line with the master plan? Are things missing? And I urge you to take a look at this as you consider what's missing, what's there, and to continue to ask your staff to review this when it comes in on a quarterly basis and share pertinent information with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? Not seeing anybody, we'll move forward. Next item on the agenda is correspondence. I don't think we have anything additional on our desk that I see. Anything extra on our desks, correspondence-wise?
We've printed everything that came in through 5 p.m.
Okay.
this evening.
Okay.
Some of you guys don't have it because the printer went.
Oh, okay. It's had enough. All right, moving on is the business before the Planning Commission. So this is for SPR 12-21, Special Land Use 4-21, GoRec Plan Unit Development. There was a public hearing held on December 16th, 2021. This is for update, discussion, and possible action. And I guess how I'd like to proceed with this is to first have an overview by staff and going over the report and information related to that report. Then I'd like to have the opportunity for the applicant to make some comments. And then we do have somebody requested a couple weeks ago for a presentation as a collected voice representing several people, so we did agree to accommodate that presentation. Then I'd like to afford the applicant any opportunity to respond to that, and then I'd like to finally bring that back to the Planning Commission and go with deliberation and consideration of any action going forward. Does that sound like a good plan of action? Okay, all right. So with that, I'll send it over to staff.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I know that you have a very large packet in front of you with a lot of information, so we're really hoping tonight can be focused on deliberation and allowing the Planning Commission to really go through the staff reports and the conditions. I wanted to just tonight provide you with a little bit of context. This is the first GoRec PUD meeting that I've attended, but I was heavily involved kind of at the beginning of this process when we were investigating the nature of past uses and intensity of those uses on the GoRec property and advising the applicant as well as the Planning Commission kind of how to navigate and how to move forward. So recall that GoRec came in front of the Planning Commission in July of 2021, and they presented the Planning Commission with desired uses on the site. The three uses that kind of came to light were the camps and campgrounds, which is primarily a legal non-conforming use as highlighted in the staff letter from May of 2021. They also highlighted the desire for places of public assembly, which is not a use that's permitted in the Lakes area or in the Boardman River zoning district, and also private parks. So the private parks land use designations seem to fit well with the educational day use activities that GoRec was looking to add to the site. However, our zoning ordinance didn't have any standards related to private parks. Private parks is a use permitted by right in the zoning district. There were no standards. So ultimately, the Planning Commission advised GoRec to come forth with a PUD application because that seemed to kind of fit, the best way to fit kind of this collection of various uses that they were looking for on the property. So according to the zoning ordinance, the purpose of the PUD is to permit flexibility in the regulation of land development and to encourage innovation and variety in land use and design of projects of sufficient size. It shall not have any adverse economic, social, or environmental impacts on surrounding land uses. So I just wanted to kind of highlight tonight that a PUD is certainly not a blank check to break zoning rules. And so that's why the findings that were prepared for you tonight by Sarah Capriva, our planning consultant, as well as Brian Souza, township engineer, are going to be really important to rely on heavily as you go through your discussion tonight, as well as help inform the conditions. So there are some instances in which it is appropriate for the Planning Commission to grant a waiver from the zoning ordinance standards. I know there are questions from Planning Commission, kind of what trumps what. So the PUD does allow some waivers, but any deviation from the ordinance standards related to the PUD must be consistent with the PUD standards. So any type of waiver from underlying zoning requirements still would need to be consistent with the standards in the PUD, which are laid out for you by Sarah Capriva. And the last piece that I just wanted to mention, another unique aspect of this request is the historical nature and intensity of its use. So it's important to weigh how the property has been used in the past when considering the application. So as part of the PUD, the applicant has stated that they're not seeking to expand the camps and campgrounds legal nonconforming use. And the May letter, which is included in your packet, in some instances was not able to, we didn't have enough information to really identify the number in some cases of intensity. We were able to identify all of the structures that were those legal nonconforming uses, as well as the activities, overnight activities that had historically existed on the site. So just wanted to kind of provide that context for you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sarah and Brian are going to provide some more of the technical details from their staff reports. Any questions before? Okay, thank you.
So I'm just gonna go through the staff report really quickly, kind of touch on some highlights of it. Just, we went through it, I think it was in February, so it's been a little bit. There really hasn't been too many changes to it, but I thought that it'd be good for us to kind of walk through that and see if there were any questions out there still. So walking through this, I put together the items that are provided in here that were required to be submitted, and you see where that's all provided. So I'm really gonna look at the items that are in red, dealing more with the waivers. So that starts on page 6, and this is for the site plan application requirements. So this is usually, on the site plan or a document that goes with the site plan that you'd be required to turn in, and this is a landscape plan. And they didn't provide a landscape plan and are requesting a waiver because of the size of the site and the existing vegetation on the site, and that they're not, as a part of this application, they're not proposing to make any changes to that vegetation. So that, they were requesting a waiver on that. And I know that the Planning Commission hasn't really talked about these waivers either. At one time you had said, should we talk about them or not? And we've not gone through and kind of approved or had too much discussion about them. So that'd be something you're going to want to talk about tonight. The next one is on page 8. And this is more about the tree inventory. This is specific to the Forest Lakes Overlay District. In that district, you have a higher level of scrutiny on your trees and your landscaping. So, again, they've requested a waiver from providing this information to the township because of the size of the site, and that they're not anticipating removing anything with this application. The next couple of pages all deal with the engineer's report, the environmental assessment. So I'm going to skip over those, and then when I get done, Brian can kind of walk through that. I know that, we had a January memo that had some information that's included in the engineering report tab, and then there's a February follow-up memo. March follow-up memo, once they get some additional information. So I tried to lay out where you could find the details of each of them in my report, just to kind of streamline that for you. I will just touch on page 12, there is an item in red that says additional information is needed per the February engineer's report. This is about the hazardous materials and waste, and that was related to the shooting range. You've seen additional documentation related to that. Tonight, well, probably emailed, and tonight on your desk, you've got a follow-up to that. That was submitted by the applicant, and then Brian has provided comments on that, so he can touch a little bit more on that, and potential ways to deal with that kind of outstanding item dealing with the shooting range. So the next item that I'd like to talk about has to do with landscape and buffering. It's on page 20 of the staff report. And actually, let me just, at the top of that page, it's got outdoor lighting and signs. So at this time, the applicant wasn't going to be adding any lighting or additional signage. They were just going to maintain what's on the site existing. And they had said that if they have any additional lighting in the future, then it would comply with our ordinance. And signage, that would all have to comply with our ordinance at that time. So for the landscaping, again, this has to do with the landscaping plan and the requirements for it, just kind of laying out the details that need to go on the plan. Again, suggesting waivers just because of the size of the site and no changes to the site. There is some information throughout this landscaping plan that they did provide you, and you can see where that says provided in my report. Just through the nature of their requests, they were able to answer, some of the items. But, for example, doing an inventory of existing trees, woodlots, all of that, to inventory 500 acres of what the trees looks like it would be an expensive task, and would also be something, there's no changes, removal of those trees. So then that continues on page 22, related to the size of the trees, and then item E talks about if the proposed development is more intense, including about noise, lighting, traffic. I think some of these items, in the original application, there was talk about a waiver. They've provided additional information now, dealing in the engineer's report related to, the noise, traffic, on the site, and, they're not proposing any additional screening for any of those activities, or to lessen any noise or traffic, so that's something that the planning commission will kind of have to take a look at, and if you think that there's additional landscaping or buffering needed to mitigate any of that, the noise or traffic or lighting. And then continuing on to page 23, talking about watering or irrigation systems for landscaping. They were requesting a waiver for that also, just because it's all, natural right now in a wooded area, to not have to irrigate all of that to maintain it. So I'm going to stop there. The next pages have to do with the approval criteria, and, eventually we will need to kind of walk through those, but I think that hearing from Brian and then everybody else, and then come back to that, the approval criteria, would that work okay?
Sure.
Does anybody have any questions for me?
I guess we're good.
All
Right? Yeah.
right, Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Brian Souza. I'm with Wade Trim. Wade Trim is the township engineer, and we were, or I guess specifically, I was the engineer that reviewed some of the circumstances around the project. Specifically, I was asked to review the environmental assessment requirements within your ordinance, and to determine whether any of that could be waived or in whole or in part, and then provide some input on each one of those items where information has been submitted. So our review was pretty much comprised over 2 submittals to the Planning Commission. One was dated January 24, and one's dated February 25, and both of those are in your book, second to last tab, titled Engineering Report. It starts with our second submittal, our most recent submittal, and then in the back is our first submittal. So what I would like to do is I'll just go through some highlights of each of those submittals. First of all, I'll go through our initial review of what was submitted and what we felt needed to be bolstered as far as the information that they were providing. And then I'll jump into the February 25's resubmittal where we reviewed information that they had provided based on our letter. So that make sense? Sound good?
Sounds good.
Okay, just in summary, the environmental assessment or environmental review that's listed in your ordinance, it deals with 16 different items, okay? Everything from soils to contamination to water to sewer, access, traffic, you know, you name it, and everything in between. In our initial review from the January 24 letter, we felt that there were 7 of those that needed additional information. So in short, we really didn't, when we reviewed this, we didn't waive any of the items from the environmental report that said, you know, you don't need to ask for this information. A lot of it they provided in some capacity, but 7 of those we felt needed further investigation or more information. So really quickly, what those were is item E, which dealt with historical or archaeological significance associated with the site. We just felt that they needed to provide more information on what they felt was historic or of archaeological significance. They didn't talk about, you know, were there burial mounds on the property, were there buildings that were historic, that kind of thing. I just felt that the Planning Commission would appreciate having more information on those before making a determination. And I'll talk about their responses to these here in a second. The second one we felt needed more information was the hazardous materials on site, whether those would be generated from the site, stored on site, you know, anything surrounding any kind of hazardous material. And one of those big items for us was the gun range. Now, originally, when we did our original review, we were thinking they were going to continue using the gun range. We found out that that was not a correct thought process on our end, and they want to get rid of the gun range. So one of the big steps with gun ranges, and Wade Trim is not an environmental review firm. There's not many people that deal in gun ranges. You don't hear about them being closed very often. So, but in some of the research that I've done online, typically the EPA and also the state deals with gun ranges in 2 different fashions. One, if it's active, you don't have to do anything. You can have bullets all over the property. There's no need for any action, no need for any remediation. But as soon as you close a gun site, that's when the requirements start, okay? So if it stayed as an active gun site, that would be one thing. And if they're going to decommission it, that kind of rolls out a whole nother set of items. So, and I'll get into those here in a little bit. So that was item G. They also provided information on what they would have stored on site for contamination, such as bleach, you know, for cleaning, gasoline for mowers, nothing that was out of the ordinary. They talk about storage containment facilities and things of that nature. So there wasn't anything else that they provided that I was concerned with that I thought was out of the ordinary for something you would typically see in a household situation, other than the gun ranges. So. Item I, I asked them about any environmental assessments or impact statements that have been done on the property, because they didn't really address that, and none have been completed on the property. And I wouldn't expect any to have been done, other than maybe with the specific well sites, the gas and oil well sites that they have there. But those are a different animal. Those are kind of outside of the auspices of this review. So, and I just wanted more information. I thought they could bolster that information. Item J, a description of the anticipated noise levels. And they spent quite a bit of time on providing more information on this, and I'll talk about those here in a minute. Item K, a description of the anticipated traffic, another big item that we wanted them to spend some time on and give some information, more information on that. Item M, a description and methods to handle sanitary waste. We'll talk about that, and then how potable water will be handled. And I think that was it. Those were the 7 that we asked for more information on. So, again, that was the initial letter in our initial review where we were asking for more information on items. The February 25th letter, also in that same section of the book, deals with a review of their resubmitted information on the items we wanted more info on. So, kind of going through those, and again, this is the February 25th letter if you want to kind of follow along. Item E, a description of any known historical or archaeological significance associated with the site. Really, they felt there was one building that was there that was moved from off-site, moved onto the site years ago, that they are going to continue to keep. They're not getting rid of it, but really, that's the only historical item that they noted on site. So not really a big item to deal with. It's just a structure that they're going to continue to maintain that they have on site. Item G in that letter, a description of significant hazardous materials or waste generated. And this is where I talked about the gun range, that we really need to have somebody that's qualified. They did hire a consultant to take a look at it and kind of give a report. They provided a spill containment report for those liquid materials that I talked about earlier, bleach, gasoline, diesel, that kind of thing. And they touched on the closure of the gun ranges. And I think, just to paraphrase or just to summarize, that they were going to test some of the soils to determine what the next steps were. My concern with that is if we don't get a soil sample where there may be a bullet or lead contamination, then you may find that you've got gun ranges that, aren't contaminated when in fact they may be. Again, it's an animal that's very specific for environmental review and environmental testing, and I think that, and maybe the consultant they hired is well-versed in that, I just don't know, and I just wanted to bring that out and say, hey, we need to make sure that whatever is done, and whoever's dealing with that needs to have some background in that realm. So what I recommended with this letter is that any plan that they put forward for dealing with the gun ranges gets reviewed by the State Department of Eagle, Environmental, Great Lakes Energy, what is it? Environmental, Great Lakes and Energy, yes, thank you. I kind of DEQ for short. So what I recommend is that they review the plan for those and they kind of sign off on how that's going to go forward, because I think it's a little more involved than just saying we'll take some soil samples and see what we find. So that's really it with that I mentioned on the gun range. Anybody want to talk about that specifically or more in depth? Okay, all right, so the next one.
Oh, one second.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Does the state supersede the EPA?
I would say the state can't be any less restrictive than the EPA, but so they really wouldn't supersede them as far as being less restrictive. So whatever they decide they want to do or they want to follow or laws that they have in place, it has to at least meet any EPA requirements.
Okay.
Is that, so?
That's correct.
So both, in other words, both the state and the EPA?
If it meets the state, then it would meet the EPA.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, thanks.
Kind of take you with me more on. The next item is item I, federal, state, or local regulatory authority that has conducted an environmental assessment or impact statements. Remember, I said they didn't touch on that in the report. Not a real big item. I didn't think they would have had any impact statements done with the property. Hasn't changed hands. And they just basically have said, we haven't had anything done, nothing's been done on the property, so kind of close that item out. Item J, a description of the anticipated noise levels to be generated at the property. So what I had requested is they hire a sound engineer to take a look at the site, because their original submittal had some distances to neighboring houses, when really the ordinance talks about noise levels at a property line. So when they're taking measurements to the adjacent house, they're going past their property line to that home. So some of those distances were kind of skewed, but really wanted them to hire a sound engineer, a noise engineer, and take a look at the site and kind of do some testing and give us some information on what they felt as a noise engineer, what they felt would be an issue, if any, with the site. The report that they provided is in your packet, and it boils down to that engineer did not feel that there would be any, even if there are loud noise events, such as a wedding or an outdoor concert of some sort, they did not feel that there would be enough noise transmission that distance to be an issue, noise levels at the property line. Okay? Now, and that was in the wintertime. He did that testing in the wintertime. So in the wintertime, the air is thinner, so noise will travel farther. It's not as heavy, it doesn't have as much humidity in it. There is not foliage on the leaves, on the plants, so we don't have leaves that help knock that sound down. But one thing I did mention in the report is a sound can be quiet but still a nuisance, right? So if you're not used to the sound, if you go to sleep in dead silence and all of a sudden your neighbor is playing a radio quietly, just that difference in sound can be a nuisance, right? So while it may not be loud, it's just different than what they're used to. So that may come up at some point in time, but according to the noise and sound engineer, and reading through his report, he did not feel that there would be an issue with those levels at the property lines. May still be able to hear something, but it would be to a level that's right.
Is that from sound environments?
Sound environments, yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's the same.
Yep.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
the engineer that provided that. Any questions on that before I jump away into the next one? Okay. Item K, a description of the anticipated traffic to be generated by the proposed site. So the applicant had provided a letter from a road design and traffic consultant who indicated that they didn't feel that there was any issues. They looked at crash data, they looked at average daily traffic, and quite honestly, when traffic engineers get into determining whether an intersection is safe or unsafe, or if it can handle the traffic that's there now or proposed traffic, they take a look at traffic crash data. Not necessarily just deaths, but accidents, side swipes, rear ends, fender benders, you name it. They just try and determine, if an intersection is unsafe, you'll see a high rate of accidents. Again, if there's not too much issue, there's good sight distance, you don't see a whole lot of data there. And all that information comes from the police departments and motor vehicle lists. So what we did is, beyond that, we read that letter, and we said, okay, well, let's have our traffic engineers take a look at that. The traffic engineer that we have on staff that I had do this is on the board for MDOT and does set policy for MDOT for traffic analysis, traffic studies, traffic information. Very well respected in the field, and I sent it to Martin. I said, Martin, take a look at this. Any data you need, let me know. I'll find out what I can find out. So we got average daily traffic counts from the road commission. They've had traffic counts done on those roads, kind of in the proximity of the site, but not right at that intersection, but it's not imperative that it's done right there. We did some measurements of the intersection of the gravel road coming up from the site out to the pavement, and amongst other data, and I'm at a loss from I can't remember what we provided him. But he takes a look at all that, puts that all in a model, does turning movements, how many people might be turning left, how many are turning right, how many people will be coming to the site within an hour. If you're at a wedding, that first hour before the wedding starts is usually pretty busy, and the last hour after it's getting out is usually pretty busy. Taking a look at all those factors, and he came up with, a very lengthy process, came up with the same conclusion that their consultant did in his letter, that there was no significant impact to the safety or the traffic volume going through that intersection out to the pavement. Does it mean that there will be less or the same amount of traffic? No, there'll be more traffic, but the way that intersection is set up, it can handle the traffic that's there. Sight distances are good, the geometrics are good, so there isn't a concern with the additional traffic, but we will ultimately, most likely, see times when there's heavy use of traffic on that. So that kind of boils that down in a nutshell. Any questions on that?
Yeah, I have a question on page 7 of that. First, where it says count, table 1. one of the studies was 18 years ago. So I'm concerned about that data, of course, due to the fact that in the last 5 years, I've had 5 new houses on my road and 4 cottages turned into houses. So just on that little bit. So, and we wouldn't want our children reading a history book that's 18 years old either. So I have a concern about that. But these are Supply Road, not Hobbs Highway?
That's right. These are the closest we could get that, where the road commission had traffic counts available for that area.
And then could I clarify the next paragraph with you a little bit, Brian?
Yeah.
I'm a little confused, so bear with me, okay? I'm not sure where these counts, Knotty Pine Road has probably about 4 to 6 structures on it, maybe, and 1 oil well, and it's pretty gravelly, too. So is that, were the counts from Knotty Pine to Scout Camp, or?
3 miles, it was from 3/10 of a mile north of Scout Camp Road at Knotty Pine.
So only there?
Right. That's where that count was taken.
Okay.
So they observed 667 vehicles of an average daily traffic. So that's 300 and some going one way, 300 and some coming the other way typically.
Okay.
In one day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just ask this question, okay? I'm sorry about this, I'm not very good at these traffic study things, but, so they put a counter, I would say, across the road between Knotty Pine and Scout Camp, is that correct? All right, that's the clarification that I needed.
Yeah, those, they look like a garden hose, they lay them across the road.
Yes, yeah, I know, I probably drove across it quite a bit.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Brian, on that table 1, are those counts related to Hobbs Highway?
No.
Well, those counts are taken right where, so a quarter of a mile south of Supply Road on Hobbs. I think maybe that was your question earlier.
A quarter of a mile south.
Quarter of a mile south.
There's probably 1 road,
Yeah.
which is yours.
So that's where that.
But these are on Hobbs Highway?
Yes.
Yes.
On Hobbs, a quarter of a mile south of Supply Road.
Yes. So these, and there, yes, there is a 2004 date, but there's also a 2018, and actually the traffic count there has dropped, or relatively stayed the same.
Yes.
It didn't change. So in 2018, it was 1,054 on Hobbs Highway, a quarter mile south of Supply.
Yeah, they did the same test.
Yeah.
The same location, 14 years apart.
Correct.
Okay, let me clarify that a little bit more, just for clarification. So it stopped at 1/4 of a mile from Supply Road, it didn't go all the way to Scout Camp Road?
Right, so at that location, that's where they had that garden hose across the road, a quarter mile south of Supply Road.
So,
That's where that corner was.
my concern lies that the bulk of the residential, low-density neighborhoods are way after that.
But would they have to come through there to get to that neighborhood?
No,
Okay, all right,
they could go down North Spider Lake Road, okay?
right,
They could go down East Arbutus Hill Road.
sure.
They could go on a 2-track.
That's about it. That's about it. It's like those 2.
However, I just want to clarify that the bulk of the residential areas, and I provided everyone with the number of residents on there, is after these counts. And so thank you, appreciate that.
Anything else on that? Okay, next one. Go back to the letter here. That was item K. So now, item M, a description of the methods to handle sanitary waste of the project, both during construction and after completion. So what I had asked them to do was to have since all of the septic waste generated on the site is under the auspices of the county health department. They're the ones that will provide the permits for septic systems, for privies, for wells as well, and I'll talk about that also. But specific to sanitary sewer waste, I wanted the client or the applicant to talk with the health department, have the health department do a site assessment, which means they take a look at what's been built based on their permit, and they determine how many users that septic system can handle based on how big it is. All right, so what we found out through that report from the health department was a couple things. One, that the privies, there's I think 17 privies, don't quote me on that number, but I think it's close to that, that are scattered throughout the site, mainly near the camping area. All right, as they went back and looked at the old notes associated with those, they couldn't tell if they were vault privies, meaning that it's a tank with a bottom and 4 sides and a top, and that would get pumped out every year. What they saw in the notes was that they may be open bottom tanks, if you want to call it a tank, where they have a soil bottom, or they have holes punched in them. I think some of the notes even said that the blocks used to build those tanks, some of them were laid on the side so that, it could drain out. So I think the health department at that point in time with those says, hey, you need to do more investigation on those before you can use them. And I think the applicant had said, hey, we will do that, as soon as we can in the spring. So that's one thing that they noted. The other was the size of the septic system, I think for Besser Lodge, was sized for around 200 people. All right, and I know I think the applicant said they were planning on having potential events there up to 420. So the discussion at that point was, well, we can add some porta-johns outside when we have those big events. And my concern with that was, look, if there's 400 people in there and there are men's and women's bathrooms in the building, people will just wait to use those bathrooms rather than walking outside to go to the porta-johns.
Right.
So I didn't feel that just putting porta-johns on the site was going to drive people out there to use those to save on the existing septic system at Besser. So the applicant had said, all right, we'll add on to that. If all this gets approved, we'll add on to that septic system or rebuild that septic system so that it's sized appropriately for the number of people that they want for those events. All right, so essentially those are the two outcomes with regard to wastewater for that. The wells that are on site, there are 5 water wells, potable water wells that are used for drinking water. All of them have what's called a WSSN number, Water System Service Number, so they're all logged in at the health department. They're reviewed and tested every year. All of those wells are considered type 2 wells, which means that they are a public well of some sort. It's not a type 1 well like a municipal well where we're providing 500 gallons a minute to all of the township like they have for their wells. But a type 2 well is a commercial well with less flow, serves fewer people. All right, but it is more regulated than a typical residential well like you would see at your home. So type 2 wells, they have to be tested annually, maybe even twice a year for bacteria, beginning of the year and the end of the year. I'm not going to get into all the requirements for that, but they are regulated wells that have been tested and have been found to be adequate for the site. Now, of the 5 wells that are on site, they had well logs for 3 of them, and Judy, I think you had a question about what's the size. From what I could tell from the well logs, and I've got copies with me, they are all 5-inch wells, which is a typical well size, 60 to 80 feet, if I remember right.
I thought there was one that was 37, pumping at 26.
I can take let me pull that out and take a quick look, because, but either way, even if it's at a level that the health department has approved.
Okay.
And it's a construction or a well that's approved, because all of them are approved by the health department.
So Rennie Lake is about 24 feet at the deepest point. So that might be pumping out of the lake, eh?
It's not pumping out of the lake, but
Okay,
it's
or in the
probably getting
aquifer,
groundwater that
straight
may be
spring.
on its way to the lake or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so the three that I have here for well logs, one is 96 feet, one is 125, and the other one is 115. So the two that I don't have well logs on, one of those might be a shallower well, maybe the hand pump well that they've got out there.
Okay.
But again, approved by the health department because it's definitely construction and testing.
And do those operate in the winter?
That's a good question for GoRec. I
Okay,
don't know if
all
they
right.
shut those down in the winter. If they do,
Yeah.
well, it's required that they're tested. So any wells that they shut off in the winter and sits dormant, they would test in the spring at startup before those are put into service.
And I think there was something in there, Brian, also about cabins 1 through 6 can handle 10 residents, not 20? Is that correct, sir?
I believe, yes, I think I do remember that statement.
Okay,
I couldn't put my fingers on it right now, but it seems like I do
Yeah.
remember reading that.
right. I just wanted to clarify that since that's not in M,
Right.
that we should note that as well. And currently, do you think the Bestar Lodge is a double vault with the drain field, or what's your best guess?
I would guess it's a 2-vault system.
Okay.
If it's not, it's a double-chambered tank. But again, it's sized for about half of what they're expecting to use,
Yeah.
for events. But, yeah, I would expect it's either a double-vault tank or 2 separate tanks.
Okay, and in that assessment that you have on this, where it says, septic system, all encompassing, is there a way to check the drain field so that it doesn't fail, or will that?
Yeah, you can check drain fields periodically. You can check the size with a probe to determine the gravel size of the bed. But periodic testing of the drain field to see if it gets waterlogged. So that's what happens with a drain field when it gets waterlogged. Either it gets plugged with bacteria because it's always wet and there's too much growth, and then you will start to get water that backs up, doesn't drain through that field like it's supposed to. So there are some where we put observation ports, where you can just pop the cap off, you can look down in it, is it dry? Yeah, if it's dry, we're still good. Maybe 2 or 3 through a bigger drain field. I don't know if this one has those or not, but that is something that can be done. But I think if they're gonna go through and increase the size of that drain field to match, to get a proper size for 420 users, they're not expensive to add, they can add those, but, it's not too concerning if they don't.
This is about Bessemer Lodge.
Yes, yeah, yep.
Thank you.
Anything else on that item? All right, and the last one, a description of how potable water will be provided to the site. If any on-site wells are proposed or any lake draw systems proposed, included a description of the type of well. We talked about the wells. They're not changing the way the water is used on site. They've got, wells with underground lines that go to those buildings. They've got one hand pump well. They're not adding any new wells. They're not changing the way everything works on site, so that's staying as is. They're not adding a lake draw system, so we don't have to worry about treatment or anything. That item's been sufficiently vetted. So that's essentially our review, our report, our review of their resubmitted information. I do want to touch real quick on a piece of information that you have in front of you today that you just got, which you may not have had a chance to look at. And that is this packet in front of you that's got, these items. All right, so on page, I think it's probably the 6th sheet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 7th sheet. All right, it's got some blue text on it, looks kind of like this. You can see there's.
You can share mine, Tracy, if I can find it.
The 7th sheet. Right there.
It's sheet
Your
number
name's on it.
7, not actually.
Oh, no.
Yeah, mine must be.
And it would be in that packet, I think, this was on their desk. There was a packet that was
No,
on
I
their
put it
desk.
in my book.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
This is the March 14th.
Pardon me?
March
It's right there.
14th.
Supplemental.
No, I've got.
Yeah, dated March 14th.
I'll look at yours real
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I corrected, March 11 is
March
the
11th.
date.
My
Right.
response was March 21st, but yes, it's got a March 11th date on it.
Okay.
And this is where they had provided a response to our concern over the gun range, and that's where I kind of talk about the gun range. If we're closing it, we really need to have somebody look at it, and noted that I didn't feel that just, doing some soil samples and hoping to get a hit of something would be prudent, and that I think the Eagle, the Michigan Department of Great Lakes Environmental, or Great Lakes Energy and Environment should review that plan. And then item M, again, I talk about the Besser Lodge septic system. This is where I addressed what I just talked about, where they said they would increase the size of that to the proper permitted size for what they want to see as far as users there. So, and I was fine with what they wanted to do.
Brian, I have a question. And it's probably not even relevant, but I'm just curious. Why can you keep a gun range open and it's not a concern, but the minute you close it?
Right, because what happens is when you're using a gun range, you're not necessarily running around out there and playing in the dirt and using it for something other than a gun range,
Okay.
shooting from a location. Once it's closed and it becomes property that anybody can walk around on, kids could go out and build a fire pit on and
Okay.
cook some hamburgers on it.
Okay,
That's when you get the potential issues of exposure
okay.
out down range where you typically wouldn't have people when you're using it as
So it's not about it being in the ground, it's about the exposure to the person that, yeah, gotcha. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Brian, it was also noted in the historical things that there was a dump site on the property by the ranger cabin. Has that soil ever been,
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
okay.
I may have missed that in the volumes of documents, but, so I can't answer that. Maybe
Okay.
the applicant can talk about that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else on the environmental review? If there's no other questions for me, then I'm done with my report, and I'll be here to answer questions later if needed.
Sarah and Claire, are you guys good? Peter, do you have anything to add?
No, I think I'll a little bit at the beginning when Sarah goes into deliberations, but I think you'll,
Okay.
other attorneys will listen to, so I won't bore you.
All right. So what I'd like to do is move to allow the applicant to do a little presentation and overview and kind of make any comments. Yeah, come ahead.
Good evening. Sarah Kiever, Northview 22. Thanks, Brian, for your report, because you covered just about most of what I had to have to spend time speaking with you tonight. So most of what you have in this packet, you have seen time and time again. And so we won't go into huge depth of anything that has changed. We've obviously had some supplemental information come in due to Brian's report. But just to make sure, nothing has significantly changed since the last time we've met or presented to you. I just wanted to clarify, we have talked about the events. That's a topic that is one of the items that we're asking for approval on, and to make sure that we did remain at the same numbers that we've asked in this last applications. Just wanted to note that the number that we've been using is capping at 420 guests. And something to just be able to put in perspective, that sounds like a large number, 420. 100 people sounds big, 200 people sounds big. But, walking in here today, and I just looked at the capacity of this room itself is 206 people. The capacity of the conference room down at the north end of this building is another 134 people. So I think it's not to do a comparison, and it's not to prove one thing or another. It's just to give you guys an idea. If we're talking about 340 people just in the conference rooms that are allowed here, there's 71 parking spaces that seems to be here on site. To give you a perspective of what that number is, when we're asking for up to 420 guests on site over the course of 500 acres, it helps to put it in perspective of what they are actually requesting. The other thing that we had talked about before, and this was even information that came to me today, is what kind of events? When we talk about large events, we capped it, I think we had the category from 101 to 420 people. We talk about weddings, we cap those at 300, but what are the other opportunities for these events to come on the property. So we know weddings, we've talked about races, those types of events, but examples that have come up recently that were clarified to me, something that's like a camporee. This is an opportunity for the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts, to have a regional gathering. So it's the same principle that's been used at the property for years, but it's a regional gathering of multiple troops to be able to come onto the property, use it similarly as they had in the past. The difference is that they can't do it now as it's currently allowed, is that, and these have 350, 400 people. The difference is some of them stay on site and will be able to use the campsites, the cabins, but some of them are day use. They come in, they commute, they maybe stay in town and come in. Because of the current way of the property and its zoning, they're not allowed to do that. So that's an example of one event that they would love to host and are not able to do so. Another example is the International Conference of Outdoor Leadership. Other leadership individuals that come together. I know that there was one recently, I believe it was held in North Carolina, 235 guests. Again, it's an opportunity for leadership, outdoor recreation-focused groups to come together. Some stay on site, some do not. So some would be considered day users. So just want to make sure that there's an emphasis, I shouldn't say emphasis, that there's a clarification that this is not all weddings. This is not all 420 person races. That there's a lot of other general uses that have really would be an excellent fit for this property. The one thing that we've talked about also too in the past, and I just want to clarify, there was a question of number of parking, and ourselves, I noticed discrepancy in my own site plans, and that I think is the reason why, is that we have shown to you what we've designated as parking spaces on this campsite, on this 500-acre parcel, that there's an X amount number of spaces that are required by Eagle for the campsites, and we've provided that. They have a paved parking lot of another 100 and some parking spaces. There's a parking lot by the Besser Lodge. There's a parking lot by the Welcome Building. And just to point out, again, this is and we've stated in our application, approximately a total of, there is parking on site. There are designated areas that we've defined clearly, but there's other areas throughout the camp that they can use as parking. However, they are very concerned about that. They know that this is something that needs to be managed. So any event that has larger, and again, this is something we've talked about before, if they can't contain the parking within the camp, they have the ability to do two things. If they know that there's a large event that's coming up, that they could be able to close some campsites and use those designated camp parking spaces, that's a choice that they will do, close those campsites, be able to use those parking spaces. The one thing to point out is a lot of these events, whether it be a wedding, whether it be a race, whether it be one of these camporees, a lot of the people that are there attending the event are going to be in these campsites as well. So there's a double purpose. So we could split hairs all night over the number of parking, but there's an ability for them to handle a lot of the parking. And also, as we've made clear, that if necessary, the larger events, that event host would be required to make off-site parking arrangements and have them brought in by transportation. The other items that I were going to cover was mostly items that Brian has covered in the environmental assessment. The one point I did want to make and just touch base on to elaborate a little bit more is in the regards to the septic system. And there are several drain fields throughout the site, and they are available for the uses on the property. As we've noticed, the one we're focusing on Besser Lodge, the one that is currently in existence for Besser Lodge. And that was been determined to restrict to 200 people. I disagree. From Brian, sorry, Brian, but I disagree. Whether the number is 200 or whatever, the ability to bring in portable toilets these days for a wedding is a lot different than the 900 porta-johns that we see sitting at the Cherry Festival every year. But these are nice portable toilet facilities that are brought in for weddings all over northern Michigan all the time. So just to make that distinction, that they're much more user-friendly, let me put it that way. However, we've made the concession that if it is something like a wedding that is using Besser Lodge, we understand that there is a concern. We feel that GoRec can cap their capacity in Besser Lodge for that use to 200 people, and until they've been able to upgrade or modify, replicate that existing system. That system at that time would have to be approved. We would inspect it. We'd have somebody inspect it, and it would have to be approved by the health department. They're aware of that. The only other distinction I want to bring out is that we have made in our application is for events that are not using the Besser Lodge. So when we're talking about a race, we don't think it's unreasonable to ask that maybe the lodge would be used for the restrooms, but also portable toilets would be able to be brought in. That's an expected, understood practice throughout the region. So anything that would be not focused solely on the use of Besser Lodge would be supplemented by portable toilets. I think the other item that we wanted to touch base a little bit on that Brian has brought up and has a concern with is how to handle the gun ranges, and I'm going to have Matt McDonough touch base on that.
Hi, everybody. So we did have Otwell Mobby come out and do an assessment. I've got a letter here dated March 9th that I'll provide. I'm sorry, I thought it was part of your packet, but apparently it didn't make it in. But it does address what would be done for the testing, and it's more than a few samples, as Brian indicated in his memo. Basically, what they were waiting for was for the snow to melt. They said, there's nothing they can really do right now, but they did do an inspection of the two different ranges. That they said that the steps that would be taken would be, they would do a more thorough measurement and then lay out a grid system that would indicate where it would be sampled. And it's talking about upwards of 60 samples, not a few, at a minimum. And then, all the analysis of each one of those individual samples, it's very likely that lead will show up in those, given the historical use. And then they would develop a report. And so, and there's, they cite in their letter that I'll provide you, that due care obligations do exist pursuant to what are called, Part 201 of NAREPA, the state law that governs all this. We would be then undertaking measures as necessary to prevent exacerbation, exercise due care by undertaking response activity necessary to mitigate unacceptable exposure, those types of things. We're really not going to do that yet because that's going to cost upward, just to have the sampling done is $15,000. So should the Planning Commission, approve our PUD application as proposed, then we'll undertake that, and if you want to make it a condition of that, that's fine. We'll undertake not only the sampling, but the implementation, due care measures to mitigate, all of that. So I just wanted to touch base on that we do have a plan to deal with that, but, we're really not, we don't want to take, I think it's understandable, we would want to undertake that expense if the PUD doesn't get approved, because, to go a little bit further in case it's not clear, we might, if our PUD isn't approved, we wouldn't want to even, shut down those ranges yet, because we want to leave our options open. It's already a grandfathered use that's been approved, as a legal non-conforming use. So we don't really want to go to the expense of shutting that down now before a PUD gets approved, because then it limits our options for things other than this PUD. You follow me? Mm-hmm. So if you want to make it a contingency of this PUD getting approved, that's fine. So who do I give this to? And I'm sorry I didn't provide it sooner. I thought you already had it. I didn't find it in the packet, so that's all.
Okay. Any other comments from you guys? You good? Okay. Okay, great. So I'd like to move now. We're supposed to have we afforded a representative to lead a presentation for a group, and I'm not sure who that individual is. Okay.
Let me turn on the projector. We We brought our own projector tonight. Last time it didn't work, so we had to. Good evening. My name is Gail McGregor. I'm an attorney with the firm of Williams, Ratner, and Plunkett from Birmingham, Michigan. I'm here representing Save Forest Lakes. Let's see, is this going to work?
It'll work. I like it.
Oh, that's good. All right, this isn't advancing. Okay, it's working now. Save Forest Lakes is a nonprofit organization that was created by a group of concerned homeowners, single-family residents that have homes adjacent to Rennie Lake, close to this GoRec property. And as you know, they've submitted a formal objection to the planned unit development. I want to mention at the outset that I use the term GoRec and Rotary interchangeably. Rotary is a fine civic organization, but I understand that they are the owners of the property, and GoRec has some kind of affiliation and is operating this project. So the Rotary's application is in direct contravention to the township zoning ordinance and a recorded and enforceable conservation easement. And that's what I want to talk to you about tonight. So, as you know, and I'll try to whiz through this part, but I have to set the groundwork. Rotary is seeking to convert the Camp Graylick into an event center. They want 20 large-size special events with up to 420 guests each, including 12 summer weddings. Now, how many weekends are there in a summer where someone would want to have a wedding? How many weddings is that a weekend? Okay, that's probably more than one a weekend. 50 mid-sized year-round events with up to 100 guests for similar events. A full campground with 328 guests with a potential capacity of over 600. Shuttle buses and trolleys shuttling many of the potential guests to the larger events, as has been noted, and 60 public boat launchings on Rennie Lake on any given day. I saw Rennie Lake tonight. It's not that big of a lake. There are a lot of homes on the lake already, and, you know, I'll get into this a little bit later, but my understanding is the Boy Scouts, they kept their kayaks and their rowboats to the cove. They didn't go out on the lake, but when you talk about public day use, you're not controlling where people go on the lake. So there are 500 acres, and they front 3 lakes in the township. It has been owned by the Rotary Charities for a long time. And the Boy Scouts began using this property, I believe, in the late 50s or the early 60s. In fact, we had submitted I believe it's in your packet, an affidavit of Charles Herbert, who is here tonight, who was a Boy Scout at the camp in the early 60s, and he also worked at the camp, who can tell some about what the activities were at the time in 1961 when the ordinance was passed making this camp a illegal non-conforming use. The property has only ever been licensed as a youth camp. Currently, it's being operated under a license from the state of Michigan under a campground construction license. So that's the only licensing it's ever had, is as a campground. The property shares a mile-long boundary with the Brown Bridge Quiet Area as well, which has its own. It's necessary for you to understand the vicinity, which I think you do. And there, as I said before, there's a recorded conservation easement. So day use. The Rotary is seeking expanded uses during the day and public access to Rennie Lake by anyone, regardless of whether they're staying at the campground or not. This is different, a different use than what the Boy Scouts, how the Boy Scouts use the camp. While public day use includes the activities of hiking, swimming, and boating, which all seem to be, to me, incident to camping, the PUD application states that larger events and ceremonies, weddings, parades, races, and conferences also qualify as day use. So while you have your camping, campers, people coming onto the site just because they want to go kayaking on Rennie Lake, and a conference going on, that's going to be more than 420 people. That you're talking about much larger numbers now. So during the 12/16/21 Planning Commission meeting, GoRec's representative admitted to this body that day use means people coming to and from all different areas for various reasons, to use the property. And that, again, these day uses could mean all sorts of different things, all happening contemporaneously, not just a one-off wedding. You're going to have campers there during the summer when these weddings are going on. You're going to possibly have other activities people coming when these weddings or conferences or whatever are going on. Anyway, boat use. GoRec is proposing that the day use include anybody coming to the site and launching their boat from I guess there's an access road that goes to the beach. This is inconsistent with how it was used by the Boy Scouts, as GoRec suggested day-using members of the public be allowed to carry and trolley their own watercraft from the parking lot to the waterfront to access the lake. The Boy Scouts didn't use the lake this way. They had their own boats on site, they launched them, they used them in the cove, according to Mr. Herbert. These uses are inconsistent with the licensed camping use. They are inconsistent with the surrounding uses of very low-density single-family residences and the use of the Brown Bridge Quiet Area. So I want to start in, I don't mean to step on anybody's toes. I know you have a fine attorney in Mr. Wendling who gives you a lot of good guidance. But this body, what you all are doing tonight, you only have the authority to do what is given to you by the legislature of the state of Michigan. This is not a constitutional body. You have no authority outside of the authority given to you by the legislature. The legislature gives you authority under the Zoning Enabling Act. So the zoning ordinance of your township has to be based upon a plan that is designed to promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. And this plan is called your master plan, which was mentioned earlier today, that is apparently undergoing an analysis and possibly a redesign right now. But your current master plan, which is what you're operating under right now, this area where this property is located is in a natural area preservation district designated to preserve large tracts of land offering important wetlands, which exist on this site, by the way, wildlife habitat, forest lands, river valleys, with as little disturbance as possible. Per the master plan, the primary land use within this area will be single-family homes, either developed on lots of about 1 acre or in conservation clusters that will result in the preservation of significant open lands. It's a very low-density residential area. Public day use and large-scale events it's very clever to say, look at how many people are in this room. But this building is not in the zone that this property is in. You have to follow your zoning ordinance. You have no authority otherwise. Okay? This is probably a commercially zoned district right here. So the analysis is completely different. So the uses that are being proposed here on this property are not consistent with your master plan. Even a PUD, or special land use permit, which is the agreement that you would enter into with GoRec regarding the uses that they're requesting, it has to be also has to be consistent with your master plan. You can't, just because it's a PUD, as Claire said earlier, you still have to, it has to be hemmed in by your ordinance. It has to be consistent. And you can't go outside of what is designated in the master plan just because it's a PUD. So the PUD application isn't consistent with the future land use map either. Your township, you've done a pretty neat thing. Not all municipalities do this. You have your master plan, and then you also have your future land use map, which is part of your ordinance. The map is part of your ordinance. It says, this is in the future. When we look at our master plan, and we're going to review and revise our master plan to update it for what's happening currently, you have to look at your future land use map, because people that were in this position a long time ago before you all sat here, they said, what do we want for our township in the future? And they put it in a map. And so when you're reviewing your master plan, you're looking at your future land use map. Your future land use map says, guess what? It's a natural preservation area district. Same thing. In the future, this township, they didn't want it to be used any other way except for a natural area preservation district. So again, the public day use, conferences, races, weddings of up to between 300 and 420 attendees contravene the future land use map as well. And again, even the PUD and the special land use permit have to be consistent with the intentions that were set forth in the master plan and the future land use map. So ordinance section 636 of the PUD of your ordinance gives the thresholds for the PUD. Per this section of the ordinance, there are two questions. The first one is, are the proposed uses an integral part of other already committed land uses? The answer to this is no. The proposed uses are not integral to already committed land uses, okay? And then the second question is, are there adverse environmental or social impacts of the proposed uses on the surrounding land uses? The answer is yes. Proposed uses as an integral part of the already other committed land uses. Okay, so the GoRec proposed uses of public day use for boating and large events are not integral and are contrary to the already committed land uses set forth in the recorded conservation easement covering the property. And also, they're not really incident to camping. Okay? Day use to trolley your boat in is not incident to being a camper and having your boat as a camper. They're just different. GoRec's proposed uses of public day use for boating and large events such as weddings, conferences, and parades and races are not integral and contrary to the other already committed uses of the natural preservation area district, which, like I said, is set forth in your master plan and your future land use map. Nor is it integral, and it is contrary to the residential very low density residential district of your master plan. Second question, are there adverse environmental or social impacts of the proposed uses on the surrounding land uses? And the answer to this is yes. Day use of boats by the public will increase the environmental risk of exposure of Rennie Lake to invasive species, which have already been found on neighboring lakes. My understanding is Spider Lake already has invasive species. So you start letting people trolley their boats in and out, you're going to get invasive species in Rennie Lake. Large events, such as conferences, etc., will exceed available parking. Bring amplified music, caterers, and hundreds of people to the property at one time with significant social impacts to the surrounding very low-density residential neighbors. Another threshold is that the PUD must be compatible with adjacent land uses in the natural environment. Okay, so large public gatherings are not consistent with neighboring uses, nor are they consistent with the Brown Bridge quiet area. And unlimited public boat launching and public day use are also incompatible and with very low-density single-family homeowners adjacent to GoRec. 636.6 of your ordinance says that there's a list of requirements A through M, and your staff has already gone through these. I don't want to talk a lot about this. However, I do want to say that with respect to some of the requests for waivers, one of the important pieces that has been asked to be waived is the economic feasibility analysis of section 636.6K. And I would submit to you that before you allow the ordinances in the conservation easement to be violated, that the commission should compel the applicant to properly prove, or at least to clarify, the claim with a required market and economic feasibility study. And what I want to say about this is you don't know, I know in past meetings, because I've watched your past meetings, that GoRec has said we have to be economically viable. This property has to be viable or it's not going to work, because our funding from the Rotary is going to end in 2 years. But they haven't told you what do they need to do in order to be viable. You don't have that data. You don't have it in your packet. You have 700 pages, but you don't have that. How many weddings, how many conferences, how many campers do they need to rent to every summer in order to be economically viable? That information, I don't believe is there. I don't think it's been submitted. Okay. So here's another little wrinkle in this about the economic viability. This is a map that comes out of the conservation easement. This is part of a recorded document that runs with the land. The conservation easement allows the property owner to sell the entire property. So the Rotary can sell this property. It also allows the Rotary to subdivide this property into 2 parcels, the camp parcel and the recreation parcel. The recreation parcel can then be subdivided even further. Given that GoRec has not provided an economic feasibility study, what's going to happen? In 2 years, you grant this PUD, this property gets sold off and subdivided. What then? What then? We don't know. This highlights the importance of having that economic feasibility study. How would a sale and a division of that property affect your analysis tonight? So 231 sub 5, the special land use, there are also requirements that you have to pay attention to, because you can't have a PUD, what's being requested, without a special land use. In this district, it has to include, the application for special land use has to include a topo study, a topographical survey, a tree inventory. This is a shall, not a you can maybe ask for this. This is in your ordinance. It shall include. Shall is mandatory. Topographical study, tree inventory, environmental assessment, detailing the potential environmental impact. GoRec wants to use the 20-year-old assessment. They want to use the assessment, the environmental assessment, from when the conservation easement was established. Does that make any sense? Absolutely not. I wouldn't advise a real estate client of mine, to buy a piece of property without an environmental assessment that's less than a year old. Why would we rely on something that's 20 years old? Okay, all of the answers that have been given, it's not an environmental, the questions that you have about archaeological things on the property, the lead contamination, all of this stuff. Guess what? If you had an environmental engineer, a firm, come do the assessment, I know it's expensive, but what's being asked, you have to take your duty seriously, right? These are questions that have to be answered. All of those questions could be answered, or at least you'd be much farther along in getting the answer if you had a real environmental assessment. You don't have that.
Gail, we're kind of gone over the 15 minutes, so if you could just kind of wrap up.
Okay. I was going to talk about some nonconformity issues because I know that's come up. I do cite a couple cases in here that I want you to be aware of. I just want to quickly say, for a nonconformity to be grandfathered, there's two dates that you have to be mindful of. 1961, I understand, is your ordinance that allowed the camping. So that's the legal nonconformity regarding camping. However, you also have combined uses. Your ordinance doesn't allow combined uses. For anything to be grandfathered, it had to be a legal nonconformity, which means it had to be appropriately licensed or permitted activity. Okay, when you have activities going on that are unlicensed, it's not a legal nonconformity. So the only thing, keep in mind, that was licensed for this property was camping, youth camping. This is the ordinance with respect to combined uses. It's very clear, and it's hard to see right here, but it's very clear that combination of uses, if you look in the LA district, it's not allowed. Even by special land use permit, it's not allowed. So they've requested to combine all these uses, the camping, the day use, the conferences, the large events. This isn't allowed in this district by your ordinance. And I emailed Preston, this ordinance was passed in 2014. Okay, so if the Boy Scouts had combined uses in 2014 that were other than camping, youth camping, it was not a legal nonconformity because the license that they had in 2014 was youth camping. We have some issues with the consultants. I just want to say one thing about this, about the sound. The sound engineer is not, the person who is cited as a sound engineer is not a sound engineer, okay? He didn't sign the letter with any kind of designation as a PE or an ME or anything like that. If you go on their website, there's no education, there's no degrees, there's no credentials for any of the three people that identify themselves as being part of that organization. They're not engineers. You were not given an engineering study on the sound. Also, this PUD could potentially be illegal spot zoning. You're taking one piece of property out of this natural preservation area district, out of the very low density residential, and you're allowing it a special designation. That's illegal spot zoning. There's a case that I cite there. You wanted to look at it yourself. Then there's some information regarding the conservation easement. I had a conversation with Mr. Wendling. The conservation easement can be enforced by anyone. I understand that this board doesn't, you're not really treading in those waters. That's fine. I'm not asking you to, but you should be mindful of it. So this easement was established to protect this property from commercial use. The Rotary presumably received tax benefits from putting this property into a conservation easement, and now they're asking that commercial activity be allowed. So, in conclusion, we are respectfully requesting that the Planning Commission deny the PUD application. The application is prohibited by the master plan and the ordinance, and that the application is in direct contravention of the recorded conservation easement, which is enforceable by anyone in the court. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So if the applicant wanted to come up and maybe have any response to what we just received, they're more than welcome to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to handle the response to this. I'm Jeff Jocks, Sandy, Racine, and Doran, attorney for Rotary and GoRec. One clarification, GoRec is owned and operated and is within Rotary. It's not a separate entity that's being allowed to use the property. I wanted to clarify that. So I think with regard to what your staff and your engineer have reviewed, those are the reliable documents and information that you have to make a decision. We don't have any actual data or document to support any contradiction to that. So you have actual data, study, review from your staff and your engineer, concluding, based on what they say in their report, I'm not going to restate their report, that these concerns are met for the most part, except for certain things that they've talked about tonight. So I'm not going to go any further on that part. So launching boats, I'm going to do some clarifications. Launching boats, it doesn't say in that well put together PowerPoint that the boats are, as you know, non-motorized human-propelled boats, right? They're not power boats, they're not pontoons, they're not jet boats, they're not jet skis. And as you know, I believe too, in order to get a boat down to the water, a person's going to have to carry their kayak or canoe 900 plus feet in a sandy trail. So it's not like they're driving up, dumping jet skis in the water there. That's an important clarification. Historical use, I have talked to a number of prior users of the lake that were Boy Scouts, and they certainly, as my understanding is that they used much more than the cove. In fact, they used the entire lake quite regularly. You can rely on what they've said here, you can rely on the others, but I think there's much more overwhelming data and evidence. We've supplied affidavits to in our non-conforming standard, and I think you hear from others that those boats were used around the lake. So the number of boats, and I want to address this, the number of human-powered, non-motorized boats, pursuant to the lawsuit that we've already defended and settled, is capped at 60. But that doesn't mean that Monday through Sunday, there are going to be 60 boats in that lake. That's designed to allow for when there's a training or education session for people to use those boats and go into the water. There will be the members of the public coming down there, of course, using the boat wash before they put their boat in the water. But again, you've got the forest lakes there. If someone wants to kayak, there are plenty of other options than Rennie Lake and carrying it down that far. So, and you have public launches on those lakes that are provided for the public truly without any limitation, other than parking spots. I do want to address the master plan. Now, you heard about the master plan and your master plan tonight, and it was said that the master plan limits the uses. But there's a sentence that's in your master plan, if you read on in that section on natural preservation, that deals with lands that are in private ownership and indicates that the township was going to have to deal with those, allow for low-intensity development that incorporates the measures and techniques such as conservation easement should be encouraged. So your master plan does acknowledge and contemplate this. That was left out in that presentation. I think that's very important. The future land use map, I do not believe is part of your zoning ordinance, which I heard tonight too. I would be surprised if it is. You can ask your staff if it is. They would know for sure, but I do not believe your future land use map is part of your ordinance. The PUD, the discussion about the sale and breaking up the property and what happens if you grant this PUD and it gets broken up. Well, the PUD runs with the land. The limitations and requirements that are part of the PUD are going to be part of what, if that were to happen, would be part of it. So it's not like someone could buy the southern area and come back to you and ask for more uses. You've already approved that PUD and it covers that entire property. They would have to amend it. You would easily be able to say no. The combined uses that are prohibited in Lakes Area District, that's absolutely true. That's what your zoning ordinance says. However, a planned unit development allows for those combinations. That's what a planned unit development is. It allows for multiple uses to be put on a piece of property, subject to your review of the standards and approval. So the combined uses prohibition is completely irrelevant. The conservation easement, you heard the conservation easement prohibits commercial uses. I'm sorry to point this out, but again, that's the first sentence. There are multiple sentences and paragraphs that deal with commercial uses in that conservation easement. Aside from the fact that it's not something that is really within this board's purview, and it can be obviously addressed pursuant to their belief that there's a private cause of action to sue for violations of a conservation easement. If they do that, the circuit court will hear that. It will consider and make a decision whether that's allowed, first of all, and then whether there are violations. So you don't even need to worry about the conservation easement. If they're going to enforce it, they'll enforce it. We'll see them in circuit court. Now, important though, as to the prohibited uses in the conservation easement, which is in your packet, it's page 9 of the conservation easement. It's subsection B, I'm sorry, it's section B, or section 5, subsection B. Commercial activities, and this is under the prohibited activities. Commercial activities, first sentence, any commercial activity on the property is prohibited. I'm going to keep reading. Except as associated with forest management practices as specified in paragraph 4E, mineral extraction activities as specified in paragraph 4I, short-term leases less than 31 days for the use of the structures on the property. Next paragraph. Other commercial properties are restricted to the area designated as camp area on the baseline documentation map and subject to Conservancy approval. The Conservancy's approval may be withheld upon reasonable determination that the proposed commercial activities would be inconsistent with the purposes of the conservation easement or detrimental to the conservation values of the property. We've submitted to you that the Grand Traverse Regional Land Conservancy has approved of these uses. So that's the standard for commercial uses under that easement, not that they're just strictly prohibited. That wasn't included in that presentation. The complete understanding wasn't included in that presentation. This is the complete understanding. This is not spot zoning. You can talk to your attorney about that. This is not spot zoning. PUDs are allowed. They have to meet the requirements of your PUD ordinance, and that is not spot zoning. I think that covers everything I wanted to address. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have from my legal perspective with regard to this, but I don't want to get into, whether certain elements are met or anything. That's for your staff and you to discuss at this point. Oh, I do want to make one more point. Your recreation plan, your current recreation plan discusses the properties in the township, of course. And on page 24, it refers to institutional ownership properties. And number 1 is the GoRec Outdoor Recreation and Education Center, GoRec. And it says, you've approved your master plan, or your recreation plan, I'm sorry. This property is private but open to organized public use for events, groups looking for an appropriately modern outdoor setting. Groups use it for camping, hiking, housing, and other forms of quiet recreation. So you've already considered and contemplated what GoRec is and will be in your recreation plan. And it's consistent with what they're asking for. So again, if you have any other questions, I'd be happy, but I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to get into the specific factors for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Actually, we're done with that discussion in terms of the presentations and what. That's correct. At this point, we're going to be having deliberation on this, and I'd like to kind of bring it back to the Planning Commission. And so we've heard a lot of information. What I'd like to do at this point is kind of go over the next steps of consideration. If, Sarah, if you wanted to cover that. We're in deliberation at this point. It's not under public comment. We'll allow for public comment, sir. Okay, we're in discussion right now and deliberation of the Planning Commission.
Okay, so on page 24 of the staff report, that starts your approval criteria and standards that are listed in the zoning ordinance. So I pulled them out for the special use, site plan review, and for the PUD, the standards and criteria. When you're reviewing this, as you're aware, all the criteria have to be met in order to grant permission to do this or recommend approval to the township board, which is your position, you're making that recommendation. So I don't know if you want to just if you want me to do A and then kind of talk about it and have the planning commission talk about it and decide if they agree or not, or if you just want to, exactly how you want to walk through that.
I don't know what your preference is on the Planning Commission. I would kind of just like to walk through them. It makes it clear so we can at least all follow.
That's what I'm thinking, and
Okay.
That way, if anybody has any questions or sometimes you'll have conditions, you'll say, yeah, if they do this, then I think this criteria is met, and we can add that condition at the end and then go over the conditions. So, in the special use section, which is 602, there's A through H. So item A talks about consistent with the comprehensive plan, and I have in here that it's satisfied because of, it's a 500-acre property. It's mostly used for natural area. There's existing structures, and there's no new construction to be used on the site. Does anybody have any questions, concerns, a difference of opinion?
I do. On a map that, in the additional information part of our packet, it's not numbered, but it shows paved parking lot, an additional new one with 100 stalls, and then one down by remote parking, 190 stalls. Is that new construction?
Do you have what's the name of the map?
Well, it's additional information 10, because I had to go through a number those, so 10 maps in.
Is there a name on the map?
No, there is, well, it says, GoRec accessory emergency access plan. Let's look at that.
Is it under maps or is it under additional?
It's under additional information.
It is.
When did we get that?
Second to the last in your pack. Second to the
It might
last
be upside
page.
down.
Oh, okay.
Under-
Yeah, kind of upside down.
Okay.
Under additional information, it's second to the last page.
That's probably a better way.
And the name of it is upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah. There it
Sorry
is.
about the upside downness.
Paul, under the tab that says additional information,
I don't have a tab.
It's just
It's before the staff report.
yeah, it's just, yeah,
I'm with you.
yeah, right there.
Right there.
And then it's the second to last one.
Okay, I have that.
It's after building records.
Just before planning.
Don't have that tab.
You don't?
I'll look at yours, that's okay, Trish.
That's right in those maps, those diagrams.
Maybe this way? I don't know.
So there's the parking lot that's up by Bass Lake, Spider Lake, on the north end of the site.
Bass Lake.
Okay. And then what's the additional parking that you're talking about?
Down by Ranch Rudolph, where it says remote parking of 190 stalls, way down at the bottom there.
Oh, by that number 1 through 14?
Yes, correct.
Is that?
I thought that was the oil well.
So I guess we'll have to ask the applicant about what they mean by remote parking there.
I don't know.
And a paved parking lot.
Well, I didn't see anything.
It says paved parking, 100 stalls by Scout Camp Road. And you have to move earth to pave, and you have to move earth.
I can't, I'm sorry, I don't.
It's
know
little.
Where you're talking.
I don't know what.
My
map you're
bifocals.
I know,
That
they're
good.
really tiny, commissioners, I'm sorry. If you look at where the Scout Camp Road title is, it's right off of there.
Judy, what map are you
Well, that's
talking?
the existing parking lot.
No,
Yeah, it is.
there's an existing parking below that.
Is that by the oil well?
I don't know if we have the right maps.
Oh, I can't.
It says it right here.
Oh, okay.
It's by the oil
There's
well.
a little,
Oh, down by the oil well? Is that what
well,
you're
that
talking
Well,
box
that's
that
one.
talks about paved parking, is that, can I address to, that's what I mean, I think that's referring to this parking lot that's paved,
Yeah.
and that's the label for it, but Sarah would know better.
Yeah, if you guys could just confirm,
Sorry, I think what you're referencing is there's a brine injection well on our property south of Ranch Rudolph Road that we had contemplated using as potential overflow parking. It's already cleared and has about an acre of fill on it. And we talked with the oil and gas company and said, hey, could we, it's not an active derrick or anything like that. It's not an active, it's a spot where they inject brine. Could we use that? And they said, yeah, you can use that if you want, that's fine. So that's all that was. It was labeled as a potential overflow area, but that was it.
Can you talk about, up near the top, up by Scout Camp Road, there's a box, and it says paved parking with the number of stalls.
Because it says 100.
looks like a label to me.
Right, so there's confusion on, the plan that you're looking for was provided for Metro Fire in their initial review. So it's an access management plan, how they're going to handle the roads. It did not go into the depth of where the parking is. It was shown on there, it was reprinted, it was a layer that was left on. So don't refer to this as where our parking is. Please refer to the pages, I think it's sheet 1 through 9, site plans 1 through 9, for what we have been using and talking about for where our parking is. The shaded area that does show up on the access management plan does show up on all of our site plans, and that is the dedicated parking for the events and everything that we've been talking about.
So sheet 7 has that same box on it that talks about this parking area? That's what Judy is concerned, that that's a new parking lot or additional?
No, it's existing. It's where you guys parked the day that you guys did a visit. That's the existing parking lot. No new pavement. It's existing.
And so, just for clarification, we can strike that. That was something that was left over from like our first version, our first map, when we had done the site plan. This was even before we did, I think, the emergency vehicle access. For the old abandoned, or not the abandoned, the brine injection well site, we don't have any intention of using that. It's kind of an artifact from our previous version.
And then I'm really confused on page 303, under monitoring reports. We said there's no new construction, however, there's a statement in here that says the disc golf course is new. Each of the 18 holes has a tee, post, and basket. Says it's new. I'm just confused about what could be new and what's not. Thank you. Do we have a, yes?
So, that's a disc golf course, there's baskets that are put in the ground, kind of like a pole with a basket. All those were put in before we submitted our PUD application, so they predate this application.
It's, the date of the inspection is 8/4/2020? So so what
We
I'm
didn't
getting
submit our
at was
application.
it wasn't part of the historical, it wasn't, it was a new use in 2020.
Yeah?
But all the affidavits say that you did have disc golf or frisbee golf. It was a prior use, that isn't a new use. So that's where my confusion is. Can you, I'm just bringing it up because that's where I'm seeing a little bit of, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to the applicant, up to the applicant, whether this was new and just prior to 2020 before this inspection, or whether they had some other similar type of facility on the property. But, yeah, that's a factual question.
Right, and it's up to the applicant to know, we don't know if any permits or anything were pulled for this. Okay.
There was a disc golf course there. It was adjusted and added to. We did not get any permits for that. We were unaware that we needed any permits for that.
So just one follow-up question, if I could, to help with this move along. This disc golf course with the new part, in other words, these are upgrades to what was already existing in the same location?
Location was changed, yes.
Okay.
But it was approved by your conservation easement.
So the location was changed in the number of holes, or just the intensity? Was the intensity changed?
The number of holes, and it was...
Thank you.
Yes, the number of
Much
holes was
appreciated.
changed, and it was approved with the easement.
Okay, so it used to be maybe 9, or?
I'd have to look.
Okay, that's okay, thanks, but you're saying it increased in intensity. Thank you, Jamie.
Okay, so getting back to the standards for approval and the criteria, item A, is there anybody that has any concerns with this item? It's on page 24 of 32. I know we've been flipping back and forth. The next one, item B, designed, constructed, operated, and maintained to be consistent with the existing or intended character of the general vicinity. In here, I also found that this standard had been met, being that a majority of the properties being left in a natural state, and that the commercial uses, specifically related to the special events, are interior to the site, and the applicant has proposed restrictions on the events, and they've also provided noise information to you, traffic information to you, that this has been satisfied with that. Does anybody have any comments or questions?
I do, of course. I do not think it is consistent with, I'm well aware of Brown Bridge Quiet Area and the mission and the vision of that area. I served on Brown Bridge Advisory Board for over a decade and a half. And our mission and our rules, and they do not allow camping, we do not allow campfires, we have a person from the Conservation District that lives on the property. There is no biking, there is no horseback riding, there is no motorized vehicles. It is not consistent with the Brown Bridge and the low-density residential that we have. I'm concerned because also, I think, according to, I have a question about the ZBA meeting and how this might relate. It's my understanding that if you're renting boats, and they determined at ZBA that a boat is a kayak, is a paddleboard, any kind of water vessel. And if I'm incorrect, let me know. And if you're renting that, our ordinance does set, our definition of marina says, a waterfront establishment whose business is offering the sale or rental of boats and marine sporting equipment. So if you're renting kayaks to people, this is not a cabin court, other day users, et cetera, I would assume that might be in a marina, which is not approved.
Yeah, this goes back to you're correct about the definition of boat. We've already established that. I think Paul's pretty, dug through that a little bit too. And so that's going to be part of your decision-making process here as to the nature of the boats. I guess it's a good time I'll come in here before you dig in here and just kind of give you an overview. Now we've heard the other attorneys as well here. They both had, some valid points. Of course, you have to follow the master plan. The master plan is part of what you're looking at as part of the PUD. Kind of working backwards, can a PUD be spot zoning? Well, if they ask for a refinery there to process the oil wells, that's probably spot zoning, but I'm not sure that it's really where you're at right now. What the applicant wishes to hang on to as part of this, just so everybody's aware, is the lawful nonconforming use related to the campgrounds. Part of the PUD, and essential to what you're making your decision on today, is that they wish to add day users who were not generally there before, to add classes in addition to what perhaps was provided there by the Boy Scouts or there's evidence in the past. And they will allow also day users and day people to come in from other sites to go and attend various events. That's the very core of why you're making a decision on the PUD. But the applicant is carrying that over as far as the campground standards related to that. So I want to make sure that you understand that as you go through the findings there, that's essentially going to be left alone. And my understanding also from the application here is that there's no additional campfire sites that are going to be applied to this property. That's in your findings as well. The statute regarding the restrictive covenant, it's a very broad statute. When I discussed that with Ms. McGregor, I can't disagree that somebody could potentially file a lawsuit, but I also agree with Mr. Jocks that if such a lawsuit is filed, and I guarantee it's not going to be filed by the East Bay Township, then that's going to have a separate ruling and a separate impact. And could it have an impact on a PUD or even the current operations? Potentially, yes. But I don't think that's an issue for the Planning Commission. There was one. Before we get to the from the presentation, Ms. McGregor, on Section 636, Statement of Intent, and I just want to read what it actually says because there's a couple of words that were left out. It is the purpose of this section to permit in the township flexibility in the regulation of land development and to encourage innovation and variety in land use and design of projects of sufficient size to be considered self-contained to the extent the projects are physically and visually separated from other land uses in the immediate vicinity, are not, I don't believe that the word not was included in the previous presentation, are not an integral part of other already developed or committed land uses, are directly accessible from arterial and collector roads as designed or as designated in the Township Comprehensive Plan, see map 13, Township Comprehensive Master Plan incorporating this article, and again, will not, I think the word not was left out, have any adverse economic, social, or environmental impact on surrounding land uses. So I want you to be aware that that's the language, in the standard for Section 636, and when you're looking at it. And as a final note, Ms. McGregor is doing her job. She's impeached, some of the what she believes to be a lack of quality in the materials that you receive. That's something that you can consider. You're an advisory board. Your position right now is advisory. You're not an approval agency. You're simply going to advise the township board as to which way they should go. You judge at this point the quality of the evidence that you have before you, one way or the other, and you do that mixed in with the master plan and the standards contained in the PUD. That's within your purview as an advisory board, and I don't think you should have a problem in doing that. Part of your advice may be not to approve the entire PUD. You may end up making a decision where you approve the day use, for example, for classrooms, okay? But you may not approve of the intensity or different intensity of use related to the wedding venues or the venues. You may have some restrictions, and so I could see a partial recommendation on the PUD as well as the whole shebang, or a recommendation not to approve the PUD. So there are different grades that you would be looking at. That's all I have to say.
Okay, back to item B and 602. Does anybody have any, we heard Judy had some questions, some concerns about it being inconsistent with the natural area and the low-density residential. Does anybody else, agree with those statements, or have a different position, or like what's written in the staff report?
I guess when I look at this in terms of its conformance to the master plan, kind of backing up to that first one, I don't want to get into that, but when I look at the master plan and its discussion of the natural preservation area, it talks about lands that are not in public ownership may see low-intensity development that incorporates careful measures which limit the impact on the natural features. The master plan, basically the camp property itself has been established long before there was even a master plan for this community, before there was even planning acts and zoning acts in the state of Michigan. I'm certain when the master plan was done, and probably prior master plans anticipated that this use was already present at that location. I think it's steering more towards understanding other uses of that particular area. So granted, the PUD does allow for some additional uses that are not presently permitted there. I have to believe that in the master plan, it anticipates that this was already a well-established use. And it does talk further about the natural preservation area, that these lands may be preserved and protected so that future generations may continue to enjoy an unspoiled natural environment. And I think, quite honestly, the mission of what they're trying to do allows for that to happen to some effect. So I understanding that the master plan is a guide and supportive for zoning decisions, it's understanding that you take into account existing land uses and so forth. So I think a lot of this is anticipating, when they wrote that master plan, probably anticipated, yes, this is the Rotary Charities camp that's been there for 100 years, or probably when the plan was done, it was not 100 years at that point, but it anticipates that you kind of reflect on what is already existing and anticipate future uses. So I think what is there is kind of understood within the master plan.
Anyone else have any other comments for that? Okay. I'm going to move on to C unless there's any comments on B. Not hearing any, okay. Not hazardous or disturbing to existing or future uses in the same general vicinity and the community as a whole. This I have down as satisfied. There's no new constructions. The uses are similar to past use on the property, and a majority of the property will be maintained as natural area. And like I mentioned previously, which was not here that we can add, we did get a noise and traffic information that shows that, there's no, what's the word I want to use for traffic, Brian? I mean, what did he say about that? Right. No adverse impacts for the traffic or the noise. So, and to keep in mind, the Planning Commission and the Township Board is, this is their application. This is what they're saying they're going to do. And we can't figure what they're going to do in the future, 20 years, 100 years, if they sell the property. This is what's approved. The number of events are the number of events with the timing. And to be used in that way. So if something changes, it has to come back to the planning commission. Anybody have any comments for item C?
I have some questions, maybe because of what you just said. But we can change the number of events or change how frequent they are and things like that when we get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you feel that having the 20 events or whatever the number or the day, time of the year is disruptive to the general vicinity, then I think that would be a discussion to have now to be able to find that the standard is met.
Okay. So, I mean, my, and I don't know a number, that's, I think we need to discuss, but I think 20, and I have to go back to finding that page. I know it's page 26, but I gotta figure out which tab it's in. Where's their application? Can someone help me?
On your application.
Tracy, if you look at the engineering report, page 6, I think it gives the same chart that you might be
Okay.
looking for.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, you might try that. That's okay,
I
that's
had
in
it
there
written
twice,
down,
it's in
but-
there several times, just like
I
the,
had it written down, but I.
yeah,
It's
that's
also
okay.
on page 26 of the entire package.
Okay, I know.
Okay.
Cross-reference.
Thank you. Like the 20, the large size events, and I think that I noticed some discrepancies between how many we were talking based on the sewer system. One place said 200, someplace else said 300. So I think it needs to be, and I think Sarah alluded to 200, which is what I was thinking all the way through, but then I got so far and I'm like, wait, they've changed it to 300. So I think that needs to be sure that we're at 200 until they address the sewer system or septic, whatever it is. And then I would prefer to see less than 20 weddings a year. I would say, I was just trying to get my calendar up and count.
I think there's 12 weddings total.
Oh, yeah, 12 weddings, 20 events.
20 large events.
I think that's too many, and I don't know what a good number is. Probably less than 12 weddings, and then lower the number of 100 to 420 events for the year. And I had other notes, let me find them. I would also like to see no mid and large events held on the same day. Because I know they specified no, and I didn't go back and relook at it. No, I think it was no large events and transient activities on the same day. But I don't want to, they only have so much parking, and I know that they've talked, there's lots of space to have parking, but they have designated parking, and that's what we have to look at.
If I can interject, we did cover that on page 24. It's prior to that big chart in there. It does say mid-size events will not be held concurrently with large-size events
Okay.
or any transient activity permit.
Thank you. I missed that, I'm sorry.
There's lack.
And then I would, and I don't know if we can do this, and I'm not sure, and it might be a question for Peter. Transient events, because I know that's a police power ordinance. Can we limit that they only have one per week or weekend? I mean, and how many they can have per year?
Yeah, there's no reason to mix up the mass gathering, because that's another term for your police
Okay.
power ordinance with this. What they're asking for is essentially a land use that allows not for a special event like the police power ordinance, which would be, one event that is out of the ordinary for the
Right.
underlying use of the land, okay? This is being incorporated as a PUD because this is a type of use they wish to have as part of the regular ordinary use of the land in the PUD. So it's a completely separate concept. The question is, how many do you wish to have, depending on the parking and the evidence before you? That's part of your
So
discretionary
we have to
decision.
leave the transient
But
out of it.
the transient, they have to apply for a permit, correct? It has to be approved by the township board?
When you have a
by
mass
the
gathering, okay, it's different, okay? What they're asking for is essentially the same as a use as someone who had a banquet hall, okay? Where they hold periodic weddings. They want to use a portion of their property as a part of their primary use here in the PUD to allow for these types of events. It's not the same as the police power ordinance transient event permit, where somebody comes for once a year and they have, a 2-acre parcel on the waterfront, and they're going to have a blowout corporate retreat, inviting, half the 5,000 people from the corporation or something like that to show up on their lakefront parcel for a special event that's clearly outside the ordinary scope and ordinary use of what's allowed on that property. That's what that ordinance is for, that police power ordinance, for those extra special and rare, once, maybe twice a year.
Right.
What they're asking for here is something that's part and parcel of the type of use they wish to engage in on their property, and that's the difference. So you have to decide how big, how many, if at all.
So we talked about the Besser Lodge septic. I think that was all on this point. So that would be my questions. Change the number of wedding events, and they said they'd already not do mid and large at the same time. So it's just the number of events that I think should be reduced.
Wedding specifically?
Huh?
Wedding specifically?
And the up to 20 large events?
Yeah, that whole thing, I think, because they've specified, what is it again? They've specified 12 weddings. How many weekends is that? I was trying to.
3 months.
3 months.
So, no, it's May through
May to
October.
October.
So it's more than that.
31st.
1, 2,
Well,
3,
12
4,
would be in 3
5,
months if you
6.
did it that way.
So it's 6 months, so that's one every other weekend. And then they're throwing in something probably on the off weekends, because they can have 20. So I would suggest that we reduce that number. Maybe 6 weddings during that time, and
Then that becomes
15.
14 events. That becomes 14. It's 20, I take it to be 20, of which 12 are weddings. We're not talking 32, we're talking 20.
Right.
So if you're knocking it down by
so
6,
then it would be 14
14.
or 15. I mean, I'd be open to either one.
Mr. Chairman, can I make just a suggestion?
Yes.
I don't think you want to focus necessarily on weddings. You're focusing on social events versus. 'cause
Well,
have
but they
potential.
specify it.
I know they specify it, but, you want to include pretty much any.
Yeah, it could be a
birthday
family
party or
reunion,
family-
it could be,
Sure.
yeah.
And but the other focus that they have in their applications, they may have events that are educational events on the property, where they have, a large presentation, from, a conservation group or something of that nature. So they're asking for both. I just want to make sure that you're in the right lane for the type of events that you're looking at, the planning commission may be concerned.
Well, they have classes 1 to 30. And yeah, I mean, like she described, some of the conferences that might come there could be over 100 guests. And to me, I know they talk about they can bus them in, but that's for the larger events, right? Yeah, so a conference, I wouldn't think would be busing them in necessarily, but,
That's something you can ask the applicant.
Right.
Sure.
So anyway, I would ask that that number of large events be reduced.
So why don't we,
I don't know if you want to decide that now.
yeah, I'd like to go through these standards and put that, so I have, once we get through this, I think we just need to confirm the types of day uses, and then basically what I would call the size of the day uses. So let's leave that towards the end and allow Sarah to proceed. And then
I would like to talk about C and our Section 303 land use table. I did a chart because there were so many things, and if people would like it, I do have copies here. There are 19 things on the chart that would fall into the land uses, such as, of course, the campground, which is permitted, but commercial recreation, skiing, golf, educational facilities, fitness, I've listed all those. There are 5 use by rights and 2 special land use, and that's 19. So if there were 5, that's 14 combination uses. So I would like to have us think about the intensity and the scope of these uses, where it says it's similar to the past uses. I'm not sure that 14 additional uses, the intensity and the scope, we really need to think about. Is it different according to the past uses in frequency and scope and intensity? So if you'd like to look at this, I'm happy to give that to everyone. If not, I would just say that there's quite a bit of combination of usage there.
Yeah, and that's what the PUD is for, and contemplates allowing the mixture of uses and the allowed uses. So they could have uses that are listed in the zoning district, or they could have uses that are not listed in the zoning district as a part of the PUD application.
I always have music after you speak.
Fanfare.
Okay. Item D talks about being adequately served by, public facilities, highways, streets, fire protection, and we did receive letters from the fire department and the health department, and there was an additional letter from the road commission. We received that documentation too, that they had no concerns with it.
also, I would state our engineer review in that.
Engineer review, and I do have a proposed condition that deals with that Busser Lodge in the health department, the capacity with the 200 people, so.
I think we have the cabin capacities as well. According to the health department, they said 10.
Okay.
In addition, I had asked several times about the engineer, and I don't think, Brian, I'm sorry it didn't get to you. The fire department is proposing a road down to the Rennie Lake Beach, and I wanted to know how that would affect Section 231 of the Lakes Overlay, plus the graveling of roads through some of the camp areas, et cetera, and there's 12 acres of wetland, possibly, especially the Everglades camping area.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
okay, go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no problem. Now, I was not charged with reviewing the whole ordinance, so the Forest Lakes overlay, Section 231, the only charge I reviewed and spent time with was the environmental assessment requirements, but I can speak to the road, building roads, graveling roads within that area. I mean, really, we need to know the scope of what they want to build. How close to the lake do they want to go? What's the grade to the lake? Are we going to be draining water down the road into the lake? That kind of thing. I don't know the answers to those, but that would all be, if a road was built, that would all be part of a review process through the township, just like any other private property owner would have to go through, or commercial user. And we would have to approve that construction. Okay, so I don't know how big of a road the fire department wants to see. I don't know what they're proposing, so it's hard for me to speak to that.
18 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you need to look at that. Okay. The other thing that really needs to be of concern to all of us is that there is a water point access on Bass Lake that was not mentioned at all in the fire report, and that's critical to the health, safety, and welfare of our residents in that area, that never be blocked with people putting kayaks in or whatever, and that is part of their conservation part, where the water point is, that is part of
And that would be enforced by the fire department if they.
Well, I'm just saying that, we are looking at this, and so I want to bring that to our attention for health, safety, and welfare issues, that is very important.
Okay, anything else for item D? Okay, item E talks about not creating excessive additional requirements for public cost or facilities, and I put that this was satisfied. You have the natural area, and you do have the additional events there, but we've heard about the traffic, we've heard about the noise. There's, no additional impact. We're not having a large neighborhood where you may have schools being, of concern or items like that. So I did not find that there'd be any additional excessive public cost. Okay. Item F, not involve uses, activities, processes, material, or equipment that would be detrimental to any person, property, or general welfare. I do have that this is satisfied based on the information related to the noise that we have. The campfires are limited to the existing fire pits, because we did talk about smoke. Although the camping's not really subject to this, that's a non-conforming use, but we did talk about that. The lights from the traffic coming out of the site at night doesn't have an impact on a neighboring house or the residential area, just because of the layout of the property. But I'm guessing that there will be a little bit of discussion about this, even related, to the number maybe having an impact on the neighboring properties and the general welfare. Judy just mentioned that water point, which I still would say the fire department that's theirs to enforce for that. But does anybody have any comments or questions related to this item?
Was there a proposed pedestrian crossing to Spider Lake? That was on one of the, because there's no comment from the road commission or anything regarding that, and there are additional requirements for that.
Right, and that would be under the road commission's purview for that crossing. I guess I would ask the applicant about if they were proposing the crossing there.
Yeah.
So yes, we did discuss that because we were concerned as well with the public being able to cross Hobbs Highway at that location to access Spider Lake. And so they had already taken a look at that. The one thing about signing, and we asked about putting a sign up there to indicate that that would be a pedestrian crossing. And the road commission does require that that signage request comes from the East Bay Township, from the municipality. So if that were to be a part of our approval, that would be coming from East Bay Township, and they would recognize that. So yes, that was a part of our application.
Were you putting in like a formal crosswalk, or was it like a pedestrians crossing sign or something?
Pedestrian crossings only, yes, correct.
Okay, so it wasn't going to be delineated on the road?
Correct. And that was really according to what their standards or what they were encouraging for that area at the road commission.
Can I make a comment here? In talking with, I believe, the engineer at the road commission, Wayne, because we were talking about the ice fishermen did call the road commission and want a pedestrian crossing in there, and there are pretty strict guidelines to follow regarding any pedestrian crossing, so I just want to make that aware.
Anything additional for item F? Okay, item G, to ensure the environment shall be preserved in a natural state, minimize tree and soil removal. And in here, we don't have any construction changes to the site, so I felt that this was satisfied since there weren't going to be any no construction, I mean, I guess other than these fire department roads, but that's a life safety issue, so you'd have to balance, having those on the site.
Environmental.
And then item 8.
Well, one second here. When we talk about environmental shall preserve the natural state insofar as minimizing the tree and soil removal, and we're just talking about soil removal there, right? Because if we're putting in a new septic systems or they have to go in and look at those privies, I just want to bring that to our attention, that could be something.
There would be some excavating. Sorry, thank you. There would be some excavation involved in order to upgrade, update, increase the size of a septic system. I wouldn't expect soil to be removed. It might be redistributed right in that area.
Okay, and then item H, meet the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance and the related standards of the ordinance. So this is kind of an all-encompassing, they've provided everything on their site plan they're supposed to have on their site plan. Also talks about the intent, and that's what Peter read, that statement that's specific to the PUD for their intent, or the township intent for that. And so I'm saying that that is satisfied because they do meet the intent for that. Okay. 636 is related to planned unit development approval and the standards for that. And the standards for the PUD is under number 4, which starts on page 26, and it goes through on page 27 to item G there. So those are your kind of criteria. The rest of this information in the plan unit development section is basically what they need to submit to the township to have their PUD considered. So those aren't necessarily standards, it's more, did they turn this in or not? So I'm just going to go through A through G at this time related to the PUD section. So I did mention in the objectives, you see there's A through E here of why or how we allow, or what's the intended use under a PUD to permit flexibility, encourage innovation, encourage useful open space, that this project does, it's using a reuse of an existing site, very similar to how it's been used in the past, also having the innovation or the flexibility with having the events there on the site that would be limited based on whatever number that you set for the properties. So item number A, the use is compatible with adjacent uses, the natural environment, capacity of public services, and public health, safety, and welfare. So, and it does say the benefits of the development are not achievable under any single zoning classification. And I think we've heard a lot of discussion about how it does have a lot of different uses and how not, these uses aren't all available in one zoning district. And then to go back up, we did receive approvals from, the outside agencies, fire department, health department, items for public services and facilities. And in here I have that it is, the 500 acres, they're reusing the existing buildings. The commercial uses are interior to the site.
I don't see how this is compatible with low-density residential or Brown Bridge quiet area. And then the health, safety, and welfare issues are huge regarding the health department report and Brian's report regarding the lead gun range, the old dump site, that just was brought up. We talk about the licensure of the campground in Eagle, but it goes beyond that. If those have, that is sandy loam soil out there, if any of that has leached, as Heather Smith from the watershed has indicated, these could be leaching into the neighboring wells or even the lakes. Spider Lake is the highest of the lakes. And then that could be very, very much in those soils that are leaching into the lakes, which is the responsibility of the residents, taxpayers, the riparian owners, as they do all of the water testing, water safety issues, and water quality issues normally for their lakes. And so I think it speaks beyond just the licensures that we have. And I didn't, and there was something in there about shutting down the privies, but the license is based on having those, because the permit said there were 17 privies and 12 potable drinking water areas, and if those are shut down, that has overreaching into, I believe, our lakes and our environment beyond the campground. So I do not think it meets health, safety, and welfare of our residents and our visitors and their guests.
Does anybody have any additional comments? So that one, Judy's the only one that I heard going the other way that it's not satisfied. I just want to clarify.
No, I think that there are processes set in place. The health department, they can't use the privies, so then if they can't use the privies and that's what their camping is based on, then I would assume until they get that fixed, they can't, use all of the camping. They might be able to use some of it because they have other shower houses and facilities. And if I'm not, they are already knowing that they have to do some remediation or testing and then possible remediation for the gun range, which I think should be a condition, but there's already, somebody else is going to tell them how to fix that. And they can't do anything with that area. I would imagine they'd have to fence it off, and you can't walk on it or do something on it until it's remediated. So I think we've got, from our consultants, sorry, I'm trying to get the right words, from the people, ways to take care of those things, or steps that needs to happen in order to take care of it. And there are other agencies, the health department and stuff, that have to monitor that and have jurisdiction over that.
Yeah, that's where, when we're looking at these, we're looking at the land use as it's in accordance with the zoning ordinance. And in this case, there's certain reflection on the master plan because that supports the zoning. But there are other agencies and organizations. There are, you mentioned like the county health department, road commission, Metro Fire.
Soil and erosion.
Soil erosion, and then there's state agencies as well. This isn't, while we are looking at it from a broad view in terms of how this all comes together, and we do often will attach conditions that say it has to be subject to review of whether it's a county agency or a state agency. We do not have the capacity, at least within the township, those other agencies, or do we have the authority? So we are relying on those others. What I think we're trying to do is ensure through this is this at least a process of, for instance, this PUD process that we're going through is to bring all of that together. And that's why we do rely on the engineer's report and others to provide information that we're trying to bring it in a cohesive way, so.
Right, but I believe that we work collectively and collaboratively with those agencies, not independently of everyone. So I think our ordinance 645, E and F, under campgrounds say, campgrounds shall obtain and maintain a required license. When applicable, campgrounds and campground under special land use shall comply with all requirements of Grand Traverse County Health Department. So this is a collaborative thing with those, and I do not believe it stands alone. And we can't kick the can down the road and say it's up to the health department, we are the first stopgap, and it says health, safety, and welfare of our residents. And I believe potable water and subsurface waste is critical to our environment and to people using a facility. And so I really think we need to think about that.
What I guess I would say to that is that the health department has to enforce their regulations. So I'm not, we do all work together, but the health department's the one that has to say, you're in violation, or this is an issue, you need to fix it, and deal with the applicant to do that. If that's closing down the privies and that's now in violation of their state license, that's the state that has to say you're in violation of our license. We can't, from a township perspective, go through and enforce everybody else's rules because we don't know them best. We know our zoning ordinance, we know our master plan, so that's where we're relying on these other agencies and permits. So if they don't have those privies and they don't have a state license for the campground, then they can't operate their campground. That's what happens. But the township would just say, I mean, you could, and I wrote down here as a condition, you're required to maintain your state license for your campground. And if they don't have a state license or they, can't operate, then they can't operate their campground, would be what would happen. So, does anybody else have any questions, concerns, issues with item, what were we working on? That was item A. So, item B is consistent with the master plan and future land use map. This is similar, that was under the special land use section 602, item A. Does anybody have anything to add? Item C, the use and development is warranted by the design and additional amenities made possible with and incorporated by the development proposals. So this is where, this is a unique property with a mix of uses. They can't do it in a different avenue, get it approved in a different avenue. And it is, it's keeping that natural area. It's 500 acres, all of those items that have been discussed. Does anybody have any questions, comments, changes? The development consolidates and maximizes usable open space. A majority of the site is being left as open space. E, landscaping is provided to ensure the proposed use will be adequately buffered. Again, this was one of those items there, it's 500 acres, there's a lot of vegetation on this site, trees. There's no additional landscaping proposed, but the buildings are interior, the gathering spaces are interior, and the outdoor kind of event spaces are lower. They sit down kind of in a bowl if you were out on the site and did the site visit. Those exterior are lower. And as I was already mentioned about the lights from the parking lot and things like that, they're kind of naturally already buffered because they're interior and there's not a residential structure across from the exit. Does anybody have any comments, questions? Item F, vehicular and pedestrian circulation, allowing safe, convenient, non-congested, and well-defined circulation. This, I believe, has been satisfied. They do provide for the vehicular and the pedestrian traffic. They have internal signage. You've seen where they have the gate, so where the vehicles go on the site is limited to a certain area, so the remainder of the site doesn't have, the traffic through it, the vehicular traffic through the site. So I think that that's, controlled for the pedestrian component of it. Does anybody have any questions?
I have a question about the emergency one. Again, on the map, it shows access for emergency vehicles from Ranch Rudolph Road, and then it stops. And then emergency vehicles from Scout Camp Road, and it stops. So if one entrance is blocked, the health, safety, and welfare of those people are, if Ranch Rudolph is blocked, or Scout Camp Road, or Hobbs Highway is blocked, we have an issue.
Well, and they have worked out an access management plan with the fire department to get into the site and what they need to have done there. So I would rely on the fire department and whatever agreement they have with them for emergency access to the site.
Yeah, I'm assuming they've had that review conducted by Metro Fire?
Yeah, and that's where, the letter that we get
Right.
from the review talks a little bit about that, and there is somebody on, they have management on site as well that should be dealing with any emergencies on site, and they have a plan. If you need more details about the plan, I'm sure they're willing to talk about it.
Yeah, because the Metro Fire is going to determine what is required based on their requirements to provide emergency access to that.
Right, and a lot of time on gates, they can put Knox boxes on them so the fire department can get through them if there's nobody there to let them in. Item G, existing important natural, historical, and architectural features shall be preserved. That was addressed a little bit in Brian's engineer's report. And like I said, this is an existing property. There's no new buildings. You're preserving that natural environment on the site. Anything for PUD standards? Okay.
Good.
If you don't mind, I'm going to skip over if they submitted everything with their PUD application. You've had this information. This is the same. They do just have, I do have this waiver on here about, it's item 17, it's on page 30, about the existing trees, having those delineated on the site plan. So I just want to call that out real quick. The next items are your site plan review criteria from section 820.7 of the zoning ordinance. So, and these are they get a little repetitive, they feel like, but we have to go through them all. So, proper relationship between streets and highways, service drives, driveways, parking areas for pedestrian and vehicular traffic. I think these are all items that I've kind of already touched on in the previous standards. And I missed the end of that road commission sentence there. But the road commission, determined that there was no issue, no additional work that needs to be done for them on any of the roads or the access or the driveway. We talked about the pedestrian and vehicular traffic, and then I also mentioned about the exit there and the lights from the cars or the noise from the cars going in and out, and that there's no dwelling or residential right there. Anything for item A? Item B, the building structures and entrances are located to minimize adverse effects upon owners and occupants of adjacent properties. Again, I mentioned that the existing buildings are interior and buffered from the neighboring properties.
Are we on B?
Yes.
Is that page 28B?
30B.
30.
30 of
I'm sorry, my
32.
bad. Okay.
Okay, item C, that as many natural features of the landscape shall be retained. They're not changing anything that's, the site's as is. So they are retaining a lot of natural features on that site for the change of use that they want to have out there. Item D, that any adverse effects from the proposed development will be minimized with appropriate screening, fencing, and landscaping. I have that the property is adequately screened from neighboring properties, with the existing vegetation.
The property does run across a property that I had asked about, and that easement, did they have an easement? In the corner there from Mr.
May have
Paul?
looked at, the trust is actually of a different name, but
Oh,
I looked at
okay.
the GIS, and actually that, it doesn't run across that
Oh.
trust property. It does remain on the
Okay.
GoRec property.
Thanks.
Okay. Item E, that all provisions of the ordinance are complied with unless it went through the ZBA. They've not requested any variances from the Zoning Board of Appeals. Item F, that all buildings and structures are accessible to emergency vehicles. We do have the fire department approval for that, so I'm going to rely on their review and that they've approved the site for this use. Plan for erosion control, stormwater have been approved by the appropriate public agency. There's no changes, there's no soil or erosion control needed. The only thing they would have, and one of the conditions is outside agency permit, so for that fire department access road, I don't know for sure if they'd be required to get a soil erosion permit or not, but likely if it's near the water, they'll have to get something. But that's a condition of approval, that they'd have to obtain any required permits for that. The relationship to shore and stream preservations were appropriate. I just said there's no changes proposed to the property. The plan as approved is consistent with the intent and purpose of the zoning, promote public health, safety, and welfare. I'm not going to read all of this. You've had this in your packet. Hopefully you've had a chance to read it all.
I don't believe that it is in compliance with health, safety, and welfare of our residents and visitors. And the traffic is generated more than previous.
Does anyone else either agree with Judy or have a comment different to the standard as in the staff report?
Well, I think there is some impact. I mean, every use, whether it's a single-family home up to an industrial park or anything like that, is going to have impact, and it's about finding balance within our community. There's, we recognize as planners that we are trying to balance out, people have certain rights to develop their property, people have rights to live on a lake or build a business and have a restaurant or whatever, and but yet we have these, zoning laws in place that allow for us to constrain those uses and activities, and it's imperative on us to try to find out where is that balance. Every use is going to have some impact and is going to have some impact on the public health, safety, and general welfare of the community, and it's us to try to find out where is that balance and what is appropriate. And is the use something that is inappropriate? Well, there's some, evidence of prior use on here that is continuing forward. There are some additional uses. What is that impact? I guess when I look at it, why those are, to me, are impacts that are generally felt with any type of new change in use to a property. So what is that impact? When I'm looking at what we're being provided in terms of information related to the traffic impact, what the township engineers provided and so forth, and the other reviews and the information provided by the applicant, I think that it's a well-balanced out approach to a use there that's kind of continuing forward, adding some new intensity, but something that is manageable. So.
And the converse of that is that since 1961, it's been zoned S1 with these things not being permitted, so we have many residents, of which 260 did sign, and I'm concerned about, we also need to balance their rights. They brought property under the understanding that these things are not permitted in the district, so we do.
Okay.
We've been heard. Really?
Does anybody else have any comments? That's the
Judy,
last
that's-
standard that I have there,
So
so.
this
The
thing?
usage.
So what I'd like to do is go through the waivers.
Okay.
And so we'll back up. And I'd like the Planning Commission to weigh in on those. It's primarily just a landscape plan
Yeah, the landscape,
and a tree inventory.
and the economic feasibility study was in there too. Well, why don't we just start at the beginning,
Yeah.
walk through each one.
Sure.
So the first one that I have in here is on page 16, it has a written landscape plan, a waiver for that. What's everybody's feel on that? Are you okay with waiving that requirement?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. The next one is on page 8. It's at the top, item B, with the tree inventory.
Could we do that within, could possibly put a condition of in the riparian zone and wetlands?
So you're looking for them to give you a tree inventory in the riparian and the wetlands?
Doesn't the conservation district kind of go over that? I don't know. I know it's only in part of it, so I'm not sure.
It's from 2002.
They do a review of it every year.
I know, but I'm just saying that, what I'm asking is that, I would like to see us have an updated tree inventory within the riparian and the wetland area.
And Judy, I assume that the part of your reason has to do with the regulations within that 50-foot setback in the
Yes.
overlay district on the tree cutting prohibition?
Yes.
Is that, that's what I'm guessing, so I think that's where she's coming from. That's up to you, but.
Thank you.
How did you state that? Tree inventory within?
The 50-foot
Okay.
riparian zone and
Okay.
wetland, and the 12 acres of wetland.
Okay.
So
What
you
ab-
want them to do an inventory on the 12 acres too?
Of wetland?
Yeah.
There's probably not a lot of trees in the wetland, but it holds the soil, and it's an important environmental area.
Okay. I just felt like the conservation district, they mentioned, I mean, I read through them and they talk about all the trees and, limited changes, but they talk about the health of them, the oak wilt and the white pine, whatever it was.
Right.
So I know that that's something that they, it was very obvious in their reviews, every year it was mentioned, and they look at that, so I guess I
think it just
thought
speaks to
that would
section
be-
231 of our ordinance that is an important part of the lakes area and the Boardman River district, as stated.
I'm not saying that it's
No,
not
no,
important,
but
but I just think that somebody else is watching it.
So what's the intent there?
The intent is to make sure that we do have an adequate updated inventory so that the trees are not removed within those sloped wetland area, and we have an inventory. We have no base right now, we have no benchmark. I'm asking for a benchmark.
Okay.
So something, when I was just reading through this section again, it talks about, 8 inches, which is proposed to be developed or disturbed, and the adjoining area for any area that's developed or disturbed. And they're not developing or disturbing any areas except for, along that fire road. They're not doing any other construction on the site. So I'm not sure if Judy's comments about requiring them, I guess this is a Peter question, I think that kind of oversteps what this requirement is, because it's talking about where it's proposed to be developed or disturbed. That's where the inventory's at.
Well, I was just commenting because I assumed that's where Judy was pulling the information from, but it's up to this board to make a decision whether or not, to waive it up in its entirety or to add any, any inventory it sees fit. And you've already discussed, reasons, Judy has her reasons for, you have your reasons, for not. So that's a discretionary question. That's your whole discussion right now.
So why don't we come to some conclusion on that? What's your feeling on that, Tracy?
Well, I put down in my notes that the conservation district was looking at the number of trees, or, they talked about the oak wilt was taking out trees and there were some fallen, and the pine,
Pine beetle.
whatever the pine thing was also taking out, but they thought it was slowing. So I think the conservation district is monitoring that. And they're not proposing any changes to the site. They're not going to clear cut the slopes down, into the water, because that would violate their conservation agreement, so.
Carl?
Yeah, I don't know. I tend to agree with Tracy that I think if we're having it, if it's monitored through the conservation easement regularly, and it's not permitted to cut in the riparian area, why do we, I mean, does the baseline help if we already have a baseline from the regular monitoring of by the Conservancy? Yeah, so I guess I don't think it's needed.
Dan?
I agree.
Okay. Paul?
No, I agree with the entire thought. I mean, it's just, if you have a annual survey and a monitoring, I'm sure that would take care of it.
Renee?
I see where Judy's coming from, totally appreciate that, but I feel like I don't want to see this commission impose extra, work on their part if it is indeed being monitored by the Conservancy, which sounds like it is. So I just feel like that'd be an unnecessary step.
Okay.
We also asked that things be replanted, and as we can see from the monitoring reports, there were trees removed before. We don't know if that has been replanted. And so I'm just putting another benchmark on this, because we don't really have a benchmark regarding those trees right now, or if there are invasives, such as hemlock is the next invasive down the road. We don't know. And so it's part of our ordinance. Our residents abide by that, et cetera. So I'm just trying to be consistent.
I think one thing that Judy's mentioning, and from the township's perspective, we struggle a lot with enforcing the provision in our ordinance that you can't remove trees within that 50-foot setback. So that might be part of that. We get a lot of calls about people that have removed trees in that 50-foot setback, and it's an incredibly difficult provision to enforce and monitor. So I don't know if even like high-quality aerial photography, being able to kind of get a snapshot in time of where those trees were, as opposed to having every single species and location in that survey, being able to have a really good snapshot of what is in that 50-foot setback might help us kind of enforce and ensure that those trees remain in place, as well as on-the-ground site visits if we have any complaints or concerns.
I guess when I look at that, it talks about what areas that are proposed to be developed or disturbed. And so if it's not on the plan to do any development within that location, sure, the 50-foot still requirement is still there. They have to adhere. If they go in and they start clearing out trees, doing something with that, to me is in violation of the PUD approval. I don't have any problem waiving that this time. Can we go on to the next?
The next one is on page 20, and this has to do with the complete landscaping plan. So this talks about the landscaping plan, and that it has to be done by a architect. Or a landscape architect, sorry. Are you okay with not requiring?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can waive that
The
one.
next one's on page 21, inventory of existing trees, woodlots, stream, lakes, wetlands, view sheds. Some of this information is provided on your plans where different items are, but they're not in detail necessarily of the trees, kind of like the discussion we just had. So are you okay giving this waiver?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Page 22, this has all the trees having 5 inches or greater, and their name of all those trees, where they're at on the site. I think based on the past conversation, everybody, a majority is okay with a waiver on that.
Yeah, I believe this is similar to what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Item E talks about landscaping plans for mitigation and lessen of potential impact on adjoining land uses. So I suggested a waiver. I guess I feel like what's existing on the site already provides that buffer.
Well, and we had some input, additional information related to those impacts as well.
So what do you think about item E?
I think the waiver's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
G, all landscaped areas are required to be irrigated.
Nope.
Yeah, we believe that.
It's natural area.
And then I think there might be a couple in the planned unit development.
It's the one on page 30.
Page 30, 17.
About the trees again.
They pop up a lot.
So there was, on page 29, that was the talk about item K, market and economic feasibility, and other such pertinent information.
I don't think our question was adequately answered regarding what your plan B is if there's no market for this, and there's nothing no numbers, no nothing to say that rentals from campsite, rentals from equipment, rentals from lodges, et cetera, are going to make this economically feasible and sustainable. And we don't know, if it's not sustainable, what the alternative is. And whatever we decide goes with the land in perpetuity.
So if they get approval and let's say their operation doesn't work, then it pretty much stays the same. So I guess,
We don't know who's going to.
yeah, I think quite honestly.
But the PUD would run with the thing as well, so if we make this subject to certain restrictions, those restrictions would run with the planned unit development as well, whoever purchased the property, that's correct, and also the conservation easement, or is that strictly between GoRec and the Land Conservancy?
No, that's just where it started. It runs with the land.
Runs with the land as well. Okay.
To me, I
A
guess.
couple times I've seen in the easement where it says this will continue on irrespective of who owns the land. So-
Right, yeah.
We
Go
just,
ahead.
we just approved, 2 hotels and a third piece in a PUD, and didn't bat an eye about the feasibility of including 180-plus new hotel rooms in our core business district. Like, we didn't even talk about that whatsoever, let alone lining up financing or anything to deal with that, in the event that you have 2 5-plus story buildings standing there over the duration of time. So, I mean, to me, that's, if we were going to require an economic feasibility study, I wanted to see where their financing was coming from to put up, roughly $100 million on a piece of dirt in this area. And in this case, the site's already developed, it's already there, they own it, they're not looking to make changes. It's basically a reuse of the site, a repurposing of the site. So if there was a place where the township was going to get engaged in identifying the financial viability of a deal, it would probably be one where there had massive impacts, like bringing large-scale, multi-story development into a tight commercial area, rather than a 500-acre piece that's just basically bringing people to it like it has for a while. So I would encourage further exploration of that.
Anybody else have any more comments on that?
No, I'm fine.
I'm fine with that being waived.
Okay. I'm as well. For the same reasons that Dan was mentioning. So that's it for the waivers. I'm assuming those would be appropriate, tied to any action, so that we would essentially restate those.
Yeah, I have item item number 4, one of the conditions that you waive the requirements of the landscaping plan and tree inventory and the economic development report, I just added in there.
Oh, right, okay, I see that.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be more specific, we could list the specific section with the items, or, I can throw those on for the board, does their motion for it.
Yeah, I mean, those are just recommended waivers because we're not the approving body here, we're just a recommending body, but yeah, I would be fine as them listed because they would just be pursuant to the zoning ordinance.
So, based on kind of the discussion or going through all the findings have been satisfied then. So at this time, we would be looking for conditions that any of the planning commissioners would like to have included. I started the list with 5 there, that it's based on the most recent plans and narrative, that's in this book, since we've received, various information at different times. The occupancy of bus or lodge be limited to the capacity of the septic system or 300 people, whichever is less. That kind of deals with if they can only have 200 right now, because that's what the health department tells them. But if they put in a new system, then that could increase. The parking is limited to the parking locations on the plan, not allowed on the road leading into the site or on the driveways of the site. Parking, you have to park where you say you're going to park, but this just makes sure it's out there and up front that this is how we're approving the parking. And then the waivers that I just mentioned, also subject to all necessary outside agency permits. And then I think it would be important to also add a condition related to the requirement that they maintain a state campground license.
And also, we had mentioned the subject to testing and potential remediation at the gun range, whether that...
The lead, yeah.
That plan is approved by
Eagle.
Right.
So could we kind of maybe expand that when we're talking about, maybe include that with the outside agencies, Sarah? So, maybe it could just be all the appropriate state agencies and licenses. We've identified those, but maybe that could be all part of that whole package.
Yeah. Do you want to have anything additional about the gun range, other than it has to be an Eagle approved plan, that they need to do something related to that, do the study, go through that process, or if there's any sort of a performance guarantee to make sure they do the cleanup if it's required?
Well, I think it would make sense to have that at least reviewed by the township as part of that, just so that we understand what's going on. And at least that would notify us, and then if there's additional information or verification needed, or studies or remediation, we could be aware of that at that point.
Would we want to include the dump site? If you could look at that on there and make sure that it was by the ranger station, I believe, by the ranger house.
Do we have information on the dump site in any of our packet stuff, Brian, we don't?
It was-
Seems like I remember reading something about it, but it was more along the lines of solid items like a dock that was disposed of on the surface.
Okay.
I don't know, I think I saw photos of that. I think there were photos in the original application or one of the
Yeah.
documents that, when I looked at it, it didn't look intrusive, but I just don't know enough about it to,
Okay.
so it might be a good idea to have that looked at. But,
Isn't there some sort of a state agency that regulates dump sites, like Eagle or?
I think it's generally going to fall under Eagle for review, but could we just make a blanket statement where, the applicant, in discussion with Eagle, obtains the appropriate range remediation action or due care plan established for the site? Because they're going to do a due care plan for the entirety of the site. It's not just going to be for one spot. They're going to assess the property and then have a plan for each spot that they find that's out of compliance or needs addressing.
Can you say that again?
So, in compliance with Eagle and their recommendation to address on-site contamination, specifically to address the abandoned range and the remediation plan and/or applicable due care plan that's established by their department for the property. Because that'll cover all of the site, rather than us arbitrarily listing places we think they might need to look.
I will just say, there is a picture in the, whatever this is, the baseline report for the conservation, and it says, this dump site was remediated prior to execution of the conservation easement. So,
If they have a report, maybe from that remediation would be helpful.
Good
What
sleuthing.
page is that on?
it is on page 263.
I didn't see that.
Of which section?
The baseline report tab. It's photo R, photograph R. Because I remembered seeing that, and I thought, I saw that it was remediated, but I was.
But it doesn't, but we
I
don't
couldn't
know if it
find
was,
it.
how it was remediated.
Right.
Right.
So we just need verification there.
Yeah.
Does the applicant have any more information about what happened with this and what's in it?
The township's engineer categorized it correctly. It was like where busted up canoes, docks, things like that were there. It was never used for like dumping anything other than like inert, like old, like broken bunks from the, the cabins, that kind of
Okay.
stuff.
My Boy Scouts weren't very good.
I
know, right? What the heck?
Yeah, and it's my recollection that was all like cleaned up when the conservation easement was done, because they didn't want to try to have to sift, which is, they wouldn't have to want to sift through, well, was anything added here after the conservation easement? So they, would require, the landowner to clean that up before the conservation easement was done, so that they could easily monitor it in the future.
If you go there now, is it capped or covered or just open or
No,
empty, gone?
There was nothing there.
Okay, nothing there, okay.
It wasn't buried, it was just like a
They
pile.
took all the garbage out.
Took it all out, okay. Well, I don't think we need to, do we really need to cover something if it's just bunks? I mean,
But we don't know that, so.
Well, that's kind of why I'm just thinking,
verification. Yeah,
if they have a conversation with Eagle,
Right.
they'll be able to assess the site and then put in play a due care plan to address the entirety of the parcel, rather than a specific spot, an arbitrary spot.
I just wanted to, I knew it was there, just couldn't find it.
I have a question.
Sure.
Just on the boats itself, and this is directed more to you. Is there any, what is the reason, or is there any thought that you would provide all the boats on all the lakes, as opposed to having the public bring anything in?
We addressed that in our litigation, and right now, the only way the public can bring in their own vessel is under two circumstances. One is if they're camping on the property, okay, so there's sort of a check-in, and a monitoring, with that activity. The other way is if they're enrolled in a class, like a kayak safety class or kayak instruction class. And again, the check and balance there is that you've got to check in, you've got to be part of an organized group. If I wanted to just come there and bring my own kayak and I can't do it. I'm prohibited from doing that in our settlement agreement. So the only way that the public can bring in their own boat is if it's for a class or if they're camping on the property. In both cases, they're washed.
I think go ahead, Paul, I don't want to speak
So
for
in
you.
effect, you are controlling the boats as far as any potential infection of the lakes.
Yeah, invasive. It's the only site on the lake that is required, that's going to be required, if a vessel, stand-up paddleboard, canoe, kayak, if one of those vessels enters the lake from our property, it's going to be washed, the industry standards at a boat wash station that we provide, that's going to be manned by either staff or trained volunteers. That's the only place on the lake where that's going to happen. Private landowners don't do that. The state property that's adjacent to the lake, where there's a trail, that doesn't happen there. So, yeah, it's the only place where those measures are taken.
And you only have one washing station, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
And what are the, I guess I'll ask the chair to ask, what are the, is it ice out to ice in? What are the, when's the washing station up and running, et cetera?
Do you want to
I think we
respond?
need a parameter on that.
Seasonal dependent. So when we close down the water for the year, it's closed down. When we open the water for the year, it's opened up. And the gate is closed when it's not available.
So does that mean someone can't bring one in then, if the gate is closed? Because you can go to Spider or Bass, right?
You can enter Spider or Bass across public easement. We have no control over that. We do have control to Rennie, and when the gate's closed, there's no access.
Not through your property,
Correct.
through your property across Hobbs Highway.
Across Hobbs Highway into Spider, you can enter through public
Okay.
easement.
So, through what now?
Public easement.
Okay.
Did anybody else have any additional conditions?
We mentioned the pedestrian crossing at Hobbs Highway. That would be, apparently the township may be involved in that in terms of making that request. So it seems like that would have to, I don't know if that necessarily needs to be listed as a condition unless we were requiring that. I don't know. I was just noting it.
I mean, I guess if the planning commission wanted to require it or something, or you could just say, if you want it, you need to request that of the board, say.
Yeah, so maybe it's,
As the applicant to request it from the
I guess it's mute at this point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that's the only other item I had outside of.
How are the cabins regulated? They're not under the state licensure or the health department licensure? Only 64 primitive campsites are approved. And
Yes, and also just backtrack a little bit also on the boats, even though, that's litigation, and then they have a, requirement that they're following with the litigation. You may still want to include that if you believe that's a good provision that they have as a condition, of approval as far as how the boats are handled. Okay? Because otherwise you're not in a position to enforce anything. And if that's what they represent they're doing anyhow, and they did it as a settlement, then they can be a condition as far as that's concerned. Read, and that's what I was being talked to behind, so state your question again, Judy, I'm sorry.
how are the 1 through 6 cabins, and then the Adirondack cabins and the mini cabins, how are all of those regulated?
Yeah, Eagle, I think I provided my letter there. Eagle has, in their campground regulations, they differentiate between the primitive sites and the other sites. So they do provide licensing requirements, whether it's a cabin, okay, it's still going to be considered part of the campground, whether it's an Adirondack, which is basically a half-open cabin with a screened area, or whether it's a tent area. But those are all campsites of different type. It's not the same, I think, what you had concerned about an RV or a tent camper. That's not part of it.
Okay, so what we're saying is that there won't be any RVs, pop-up tent campers are not allowed?
Yeah, by definition, with that, that's, they have the cabins and primitive areas. That's what's been established as part of the lawful non-conforming use. There's been no history of any type of RVs or campers. You can ask the applicant, but I don't believe there's any intention to allow that anyhow, or to try and let that in there. And one more thing, I don't know if we're getting near the end of where you were looking at your conditions. I just don't want to forget that Tracy brought up the discussion on one other item. So, okay, yeah.
And then I just have a question about parking, as Commissioner Gonzalez brought up before, that it seems like that's a non-discretionary, and we really need to make sure that we're meeting our parking requirements. A golf course requires 4 each for a golf hole, and it says golf courses and the lakes. All of those things need to be met. I really think, Commissioner Gonzalez was very concerned about the parking on 31, and we need to be concerned about that we're meeting employee parking, outdoor event parking, campground parking, all of those in accordance.
So there is flexibility in the PUD to deviate from those types of requirements. So if, what they have proposed on the plan, if that's not satisfactory, you do have flexibility regarding the parking. So I don't,
And that's in section 636, number 5. It's on page 27 of the report. It talks about the township board may alter, and off-street parking regulations is one of those that's called out in there.
Sarah, I'm sorry, where was that?
It's on page 27 of the staff report.
Oh, the staff report, okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. Section 636 in the ordinance, it's item number 5.
Didn't they specify in their application that all parking would be interior to the site and they would not allow parking beyond the gate?
Well, the parking lot is on the outside of the gate, so.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, I meant this, the access road there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't be parking on the driveway, and they would not allow their people to park on the road.
Right.
And that's a part of our ordinance too, but if
Right.
general, members of the public that aren't coming to their property are parking, that's legal.
Well, that's up to the county and the road commission.
Right, sure.
They allow parking
Sure.
on some of their county local roads there. But as far as for our purposes here related to guests and campers and people who are there
Yeah.
actively utilizing the property, they're not to do that.
Right, okay.
They're required to park in a parking space.
And it's parking space, okay, right.
Designated parking area.
So it was brought up to us that there could be, we talk about, there could be classes going on, there could be special events going on, there could be a race, there could be campers. Is there a capacity to this?
I thought that they said that they would, if a capacity limit was reached, that they would turn people away.
Yeah, it says.
And what is that?
Am I being naive?
What is the capacity? I mean,
Well, the parking capacity of existing spaces.
Go ahead.
The interior,
quiet, please. Gentleman's trying to talk, please.
no, go ahead, Tracy.
Well, I was just going to say, on page 24, it lists the parking spaces. And then on page 25, it says, if main parking lot is full due to event, day users are not already parked on site, will be directed to the Welcome Center parking lot. If that lot is full, day users will be instructed to return when the parking is available.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Right, but what is the, what is the capacity with campers and classes and, how much is going to be going on there, coming and going at various times? Do we want to set a capacity, like, 90 people at a class a day, 100 people at an event, 324 campers? I mean, it could go up pretty high, because they also said they were going to trolley and bus people in.
For large events, right?
So the capacity, we don't know. It's very arbitrary and capricious. Because you can bus people in. It's not limited to just the parking available.
Right, understood, but it's limited to by what their event sizes have tallied.
But you could have lots per day, right? And lots per hour.
Right. You
Right,
could,
so, yeah, so.
They are saying that they're limiting, no mid-size when they have large events, so that.
Transient event.
Right, or transient events. And so the limit is, like Carl mentioned, related to the size of the event. And then they also do have that, no mid-size with the large or the transient.
It says events and activities will not be overbooked and will stay within the capacity of available parking spaces.
Available parking, not off-site.
So we also talked about, they were willing to share their event calendar
Right.
with us as well, so that,
That's
part of that is just to monitor and see what the activity is. Yeah.
And then will all events be restricted to the 500-acre land, such as any races or other events, or will they spill over to public land, Crown Bridge, public roads, et cetera? Because at one point in the meeting, they said they were going to all be on site. And so is that still true?
Anything that's related to the transient activity permit, that's outside of your scope for the PUD, because that's a separate approval process with a separate ordinance.
Yeah, you're talking about for wedding events and things here, those are events that are on the site only. If they're going to have Ironman or a marathon where they're going to be exiting the property and running various parts of the road, I mean, the township's going to be involved in that as far as the mass, that's part of the mass gathering or unusual event that's irrespective of the type of property where it comes from. So my suggestion is, as far as purposes of what you're looking at here, these are events that occur on the site only.
And then the township, though, does not regulate the public trust, which is the water, right?
Actually, I ran into the public trust issue involving road ends because I represent quite a few road commissions. And so generally, no, it's more, it has to do with the access there, but it's something you should be aware of. But the public trust doctrine has to do with some of the riparian and bottomland, and more of it's applied actually to the shores of the Great Lakes as well. But yes. So, but it's not directly regulated in your ordinance, no.
So I think that's it for the conditions, but there's a couple more that I want to talk about. So Peter mentioned about the boats, and we were going to include that as well, based on the standard that they're required to adhere to. We're just going to basically restate that as a condition.
And the reason to do that is because subsequent transfers of the property.
Exactly, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense,
Yeah.
because.
I recommend that.
Yeah, for sure.
So with that, it's the boat washing, and then that they're only allowing off, you to bring your own if you're camping or
Correct.
it's part of a class.
Right.
Yep.
And capping, yeah, at 60. So that will be as part of the,
Do we need to
Condition.
make that condition on the boat washing match exactly how, I mean, like to the state standards?
No,
or
not on the boat washing. We're more interested on the boat access.
Okay. Okay,
Well, how the washing is, that's not part of it, but the
okay,
access.
okay, thank you.
so the last couple items we talked about a little bit, but I just want to make sure that we've had a chance to kind of really figure out what the appropriate level is, or if they want to change any of this, but we talked about the types of day uses and then the size of the day uses. So Tracy was mentioning that altering the number of events and so forth, which would essentially govern a change in the day uses. So I don't know what everybody's thoughts are on that. It gets back to that part in the application regarding the, different sized events is, based on what they're proposed. It's from my understanding, if I recall right, they did have a higher number before, and I believe that was lowered at some point in the review process. But that's where we have the mid-size events at 50, frequency of 50 per year. Large-size events are 20 per year, and then the transient activity permits is a separate item.
And how are you going to tie that, Tracy brought in, tie that into the Besser Lodge and the cabins regarding the waste, subsurface waste?
Well, I think that's the capacity issue is determined by the ability for the waste system.
even though they have a 420 capacity at Besser Lodge, the sanitary system is only capacity to 200 per day. So that's, in my opinion, that's what's capped right now. They can't have an event over 200 for Besser Lodge.
Unless they upgrade the septic.
Yeah, if they
Until
upgrade.
they upgrade.
Until they upgrade
Yeah,
the septic.
Until they upgrade
Right,
the septic
right.
system. And then it would be up to the 420 if that's what their septic system will handle. But they can't go over 420 in Besser Lodge because that's what the occupancy permit is.
So I guess, what's the feeling in terms of the number of events as currently proposed? I don't know. Tracy, I know where you'd like to see
I
fewer.
want it at least down like half the weddings, and then that would bring it down to 14 or 15. I'm good with 15 if that's,
Carl, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, this has always been the concern of mine, that if you have every weekend of a year a wedding there, and the potential disruption, I guess I would agree with Tracy that somehow lowering that, again, I don't think it has to be a disruption, but it seems like a lot if you have it every weekend. And I'm not sure about the number.
It's not every weekend, it's 12 between May 1 and October 31.
Right, but figure most people want to get married when it's warm, it's probably
Some
going
people like spring, some.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean,
Right,
I
they
guess I'm
do.
kind of thinking June, July, and August, so,
But they have May through October, so it's 12, what do you figure, that's half the weekends
Yeah.
in that time period. So I just thought it was too much.
I mean, I'm curious what other people think.
I think as far as the number, I'm just trying to think in terms of other operations around the region. I mean, it's pretty common for education and training things to happen during the week. The weddings, as of late, the last few years, I've been to 4 weddings in the last 2 years that were on a Wednesday.
I know, I'm going to one
Like,
on a
I think
Thursday.
finding a place to have a wedding has become very challenging up here. To me, the number doesn't bother me, but it does on the weekends. That's the word that keeps coming up that everybody's referring to.
Yeah.
If people want to have an event midweek, that's up to them to prove the market for, I suppose. I'm not opposed to that. I think having them structured so that maybe there's a break in the neighborhood on every other kind of, for having no back-to-back weekends with a large event type of
Right.
regulation, if that makes
Yeah.
sense. So that there is a break in the neighborhood, because then it allows them flexibility to not have to pack them all into the summer.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I think, like John stated, I think that there's so much demand for that product in northern Michigan that they're gonna have the ability to bump them in throughout the year. And even if we did them every other weekend, they'd still, use all 12, I would bet. And then it'd be on them to figure out how to do that appropriately.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it didn't have an impact, and again, we don't know if it'll have an impact or not, I'd be fine with them having it every night. But I think the point is, again, this may be naive on my part, but is there a way to subjectively, I should say objectively, measure the impact? Like, can you monitor the sound during the wedding at the property boundaries to see if it's disturbing the neighbors? Is it possible, or is that just completely impossible? I mean, I'm just throwing it out there, don't know.
Well, it's one of those things, that there is, noise ordinance, and there's ways to deal with, it's not this, I think we're automatically assuming that these are problematic each time. They may be once, they may be each time, they may be,
Yeah,
we don't know.
I'm not
And part of
assuming,
that,
I don't know, I'm
part
just
of
trying
any,
to.
right.
Yeah.
Part of any approval for any land use development is the enforcement aspect of it.
Right.
So that's why I think in going through this, in my mind, what I was trying to do was to make sure that there are certain requirements in there or provisions in there that allow our zoning administrator and to be able to enforce this, monitor it. That's why I think it's been helpful that they've been willing, the applicant's been willing to share information with, so we're aware of what's going on.
Yeah.
That kind of anticipates that, so if we know that these events are happening, and if there are problems, there's lines of communication already established. So it's, if there is a problem, it needs to be resolved and addressed.
Point out that in item 11 of the event agreement, it says that the organization or leasee understands and agrees it is solely responsible for managing any noise generated by the event in the form of PAs, loudspeakers, human voices, or other noise sources. GoRec shall monitor the noise generation, and if, in GoRec's sole discretion, it determines the noise exceeds acceptable levels for other guests using the property, then GoRec shall direct that the organization or leasee reduce the noise to an acceptable level. So in addition, if it receives noise complaints from neighboring property owners, the county, Grand Traverse County Sheriff, or any other person or entity, GoRec shall, in its sole discretion, direct the organization or lessee to reduce the noise to an acceptable level. And then, if they fail to do this, the event shall be terminated.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, Brian
Sure.
can address the back part of your question, Carl, regarding what about the noise coming out of there? I think that's part of the study. Go ahead.
Yeah, so noise can be monitored and recorded over time at a location. So whether there were monitoring stations along the property line, interior of the property, those can be placed and constantly monitored to determine what those sound levels are. Now, your sound ordinance that the township has, there aren't any levels listed in there to compare that to. So it's more of a subjective ordinance that says if somebody, whoever is reviewing it, feels that it's obtrusive, then it needs to be fixed. So levels may be, recording levels may be not all that helpful.
Yeah, I see that.
Just to add there, the township noise ordinance is a model ordinance that was written actually by the Grand Traverse County Prosecutor's Office years ago and adopted by, I think, if not all, at least the majority of the townships within Grand Traverse County. And then by a contract, although it's no charge for it, it's basically free enforcement through the sheriff's department. So you do have that, which is a nice feature to have, but that's still in place as far as I know.
Thoughts on number of events, Paul? Are your thoughts on number of events just kind of going around here?
Oh, good Lord, I mean,
It's tough.
I'd like to give flexibility. I think the idea of disallowing back-to-back events has some merit to it. It still gives them the opportunity of having different events, but it does kind of space them out a bit. If that's not acceptable, then the only thing I would say is you cut down the major events, because that seems to be the biggest issue. I'd say down from, the 20 down to the 15 level or so.
Am I right? They can always come back to raise it, correct?
Yeah, anything in a PUD could be amended.
So we can cut it and then see how it goes, and if they choose to come back and apply for more after a time, they could do that. That's up to them to do that, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
Renee?
I like that approach. I mean, I'm with Paul and with many of you. I think that I wouldn't want to see back-to-back, events. I think that it's spacing them out. I don't know how to word that or structure it, but obviously there's got to be some kind of a happy medium. I like that approach that, we did the same thing, well, we didn't get that this far, but, we suggested that on another wedding venue recently, that we would, start off here and let's see how it goes. This may or may not be as big an issue as You know what I mean? We don't know. Like you said, it could be one bad apple, it could be half of them, we don't know. But monitoring it and seeing how things go.
Well, and, shoot, I had a thought when we were talking. It escaped me, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think the general day use is good. We don't know how many, because we don't know how many GoRec members there'll be and how many people will want to get onto the property, depending seasonally as well, too. So that's kind of an unknown. The classes, I think, those are, I think that's a nice thing to have to open to folks in the area and guests and visitors. I am not for any large size events, mid-size possibly, but 50 a year, that's quite a bit, especially when we're not sure what the facility is. The facility does not have heat or water running all year round, or that means you can't flush the toilet either. So I have a real concern, because then you're cramming all these into when the waste and the water systems are shut down.
Okay.
And you need to think about that.
I guess for myself, I don't have any problems with what they've proposed. I've seen what they've had originally, and I was concerned about that, and they have scaled that back. But it looks like we got two potential adjustments. We could either suggest a lowering of the large-sized events, or the idea of a back-to-back, or preventing back-to-back situation, so alternate weekends. Applicant, I don't know if you have any thoughts on if that's feasible, or what your thoughts are on that?
At this stage, we would need to take it back to the board and really look at that revenue and see if our proposed use and project is still viable, if there's a limitation on those kinds of things.
Okay. All right, thank you. So on the lowering of them, there's talk about 20 down to 15. Would that be also reducing the number of weddings as well? Or is it just the overall large events?
I would be willing to do the overall if we can do the every other weekend, no back-to-back weekends of large events.
Okay.
And then it wouldn't specify, what type of event. Sorry, go ahead.
I guess when I'm looking at that, there's for those large events, there's quite a range. It could be 1 to 400. And then there's also the weddings are actually limited to 300. So I guess is it a concern? I guess I'm trying to figure out what it kind of opens up a bit of a can of worms in terms of determining. It's not just the number, because that number is, are we assuming that each one is going to be 400? At least for the large ones, I mean, they could be 100.
But wouldn't 100 come under mid-size with 50, and then large size is 100, so it's like,
Call it 101.
yeah, it's pretty confusing of how many, that's 70.
What?
Of 100, could be up to 100 or more.
If we did the back-to-back thing, they had, call it 6 months, 4 weekends a month, ballpark, right? We got 24 weekends. In theory, we take them, no back-to-backs, that limits them to 12 weekends they gotta pick. And then of those 12, then they've got to spread out, and let's say they did all weddings, right? So of the midweek, that would give them 8 other midweek events or trainings or seminars in that. That would still get them to the 20 number. So that's why I'm like, if they do 8 events during the week and they don't do back-to-back weekends, then that's their 20, and there's, like, it feels to me, just reading the tea leaves that from them, they've come down to this number, like, because they did come down drastically from where they were.
They did.
They've come down to this number to be like, we're okay and we can make this work here, but we start going backwards, then they'll likely have to compensate in other ways or do less in the project financially to make it as nice or as less programming or whatever. It's just going to take away from the overall budget. So to me, that's kind of why I'm like, at 20, it makes sense. If we put in the back-to-back thing, then that spreads it out for the community and the neighborhood.
So no back-to-back weekends?
Weekends. And that's where I was at.
Just so we have clarity, and if you're looking to put that in a condition, it'd be helpful to know exactly what days the weekend. Is that Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
Good point.
So what's it going to be?
I would
You
say
know-
it's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Okay.
No
I could take
back-to-back,
that.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah, I could
That's
take
what I
that.
would, yeah.
That clear?
And
Okay.
and this is for all large-size events then we're talking about?
Yeah,
Not
that's-
just
Yeah.
weddings?
Right, yeah, it's the 20.
Okay.
So the quantity stays the same, it's the scheduling and the timing of that.
Okay. I think I'm okay with that.
And they're
Go
going to
back.
provide us with books so we can kind of go back and have a look
Weekends.
at the frequency and the scale.
Well, and Preston will have a good feel for if there's been issues and things like that.
Definitely.
So I have one other question, if I could. Sarah, on number 2, we have the capacity of the septic system or 300 people, whichever is less. Okay, I think I'm good with that. Sorry, I should have reread it again.
So the size of those events have been addressed as another additional condition. The last thing we have is if there's any issues related to the types of the uses, the day uses.
Say that again, if there's any what?
Any issues related to the uses that are being proposed for this development?
Well, if you would have 10 classes a day, that would be 300 people, right, at 30?
If they were
So-
all at 30.
Right, but how do you know, it could be a lot. And then you have campers, day users, and events. So what was?
They have to have parking for them all.
Not necessarily though, because they could bus them in if there's a convention or a wedding, et cetera, again.
So the day uses that they have examples of are on page 27 in your binder. Right, that's what you're looking for?
Yeah, I mean, if there's any, I know we've had some discussion, just want to make sure that if you have any issues, now's the time.
Is your concern, Judy, how many people would be there at any one given time?
Right.
And is that because of noise, or is that because of,
Well, you have a lot of different activities going on, and it could be total impact across the board with noise. And, you know, one option is, like we told Ms. Redmond too, that to look into acoustic, no amplified music. That's an option of a condition too, that we wouldn't have to deal with all of the noise from large events. We put that in, Sarah brought that up at the last wedding venue issue.
no amplified music. So, you know, that's an option that's open to us, as well as maybe saying, you know, 3 morning sessions, 3 afternoon sessions of classes, so that it spreads it out in the lakes area too. You know, you could have 30, you know, I mean, it would be 60 at a time, in the morning, 60 in an afternoon, not like throughout the day. That's just an option.
I feel like that would be harder
To manage, correct.
To enforce.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like almost impossible for Preston to enforce.
I think it's highly unlikely that they would have 10 classes, just based on some experience I've had with running outdoor classes. I mean, what's the most you've ever had?
To date, too.
2, right. So, and I mean, I think drawing 10 classes of 30 would get you to 300. I think would be next to impossible. It just doesn't happen.
They'd be
Unless you-
staggered times.
Unless you bust people in from out of state or something. So I think these day uses are, I don't think that there's any reason to be worried that those could impact anything, 1 to 30 people.
Tracy, are you also saying like 200 max till in the Besser Lodge until that septic and well is rectified? Are you saying that?
Right.
Or are we saying?
That's what it's the conditions staff
Okay.
put on.
Okay. And that's another thing that, I mean, kind of going to that point, can't really enforce that either, you know, but hopefully it will happen. I mean, we'll just have to go by the.
Well, that one, Judy, I think if they're going to keep a log, we would know that.
Well, and if there's an issue and they go out there and there's 300 people in Besser Lodge, they're going to, either 100 of you have to leave or we're shutting you down. And everybody leaves. So.
Why don't we go back, and I guess I'm not hearing a lot more other constructive, what do you have something?
I have one more question.
Sure.
And I don't know if we can do this or not. But and I forgot to ask earlier, so I apologize if I'm like opening a can of worms. Can we put a requirement? I know that we dealt with Phragmite on the lakes at some point, and we didn't pay for it, but we kind of were the conduit for it all to be done. And I have no idea, and I went to look, and we don't have our files anymore, or at least that I couldn't find today, to see if the Rotary property contributed to that on Runny Lake or not. Can we do something to, like, either they put into an escrow or something, that if there does have to be remediation, that they would be contributors to that, along with all the rest of the residents that are on that lake?
Well, didn't you have a Phragmites ordinance put into place there?
No, I can't remember.
We,
DNR or
I believe
somebody-
what we did is the township paid for the permit,
Yeah.
the permit, and then there were 19 residents, according to Sue, not Cortade, but Sue the assessor, on Bass Lake that were special assessed.
No, they weren't special assessed.
Okay, well, they
'Cause
were.
They never went through me.
Okay, they were.
They contributed, they had
right,
to
somehow.
pay it.
I think
to-
outside of a special assessment,
Mhm.
whether you're controlling Phragmites or milfoil or whatever the case may be, that's how you would address it. I mean, if they wish to voluntarily, contribute to that, there is an ordinance, but Brian Graham from our office handles the Phragmites, materials.
I'm not sure how that happened on Runny Lake about 25 years ago. 20 years ago, the DNR said where the Phragmites were, and the property owners that the Phragmites were by. Karen Smith, 1330 Cants. Probably about 20, 25 years ago, when the Phragmites DNR came in and discovered there were a few Phragmites, they did and it did come from the township somewhere. We got something that showed the properties that did have the Phragmites on them, and those people were assessed to take care of the Phragmites on those properties.
And that may relate to the ordinance that Brian is looking at. My personal experience is I live in an area too where when they came to my house, I just gave them permission.
Right.
To do it, so I'd contribute to it.
Yeah, I know we had to go through a process of getting everybody to sign waivers or something like that, but I know the township did not pay for it.
Yeah. I would look at that as a separate issue.
Okay, all right.
It can be looked at.
That was my only thought.
Okay. Sarah, can you review the conditions? I know, sorry.
That's okay. 1 through 3 are the same. 4, we added on that economic impact assessment. And number 5, we added on any state agencies and licensing. Number 6 is they must maintain their state campground license. Number 7 is the one that Dan read about an EGO plan reviewed by the township related to the abandoned range and remediation, due care plan for the property. I was gonna go review the tape for the exact language for that one, but number 8 is the requirement of boat washing, and that the only time outside
Wasn't a boat washing, it had to do with how many kayaks were on the property, how the
Right.
kayaks were
So
accessed.
boat washing isn't included in that?
Not the washing, just the
Okay.
number of kayaks and how they're allowed in.
So outside watercraft would be allowed if you're camping on site or part of a class, and they're limited to 60. And large events shall not be allowed on consecutive weekends, which are Friday, Saturday, and Sundays.
And do you have, oh, you did the waivers.
Wastewater.
Yep, that's in there.
That's number
Number
2.
That's the number ones that are already
Yeah.
correct.
Do we have the lead one in there?
That one's the one, number 7, talks about the due care plan approved by Eagle.
Okay. I didn't hear the word lead.
I didn't say it, no.
Say lead, and then I'll know. Just making sure.
For the abandoned range.
Thank you. Got it.
So these would be conditions that would be placed as a recommendation from the Planning Commission to the Township Board as attached to an approval for the PUD. That's what's kind of presented here. So I don't know what the,
I think I got a motion for you,
okay,
or unless we got more deliberation.
Public comment, don't we?
go ahead.
Okay, so I'd move for recommendation of approval of the Township Board for SPR 12-21/SLU 4-21, based upon the findings below that the request and applicant is in compliance with Section 602 of SLU standards, in compliance with A through H, which have all been met, as well as in compliance with Section 636 of the PUD general standards, A through G, as all were met and indicated in staff's report. Subject to all of the previously mentioned conditions. Can I do that?
Yes, and they'll be included and typed in specifically as part of the motion.
Okay. In addition to clarification and cleanup of the site plan to take care of the parking that was indicated on it, so we have a clean copy for township records. The end.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there any second?
I'll support.
Okay, I have a motion and a second, and just, again, this is a recommendation for approval of SPR 12-21, SLU 4-21, GoRec PUD, subject to the findings of fact stated in section 602, 636. It's subject to the 9 conditions that were read by staff, and then also the cleanup or updating of the parking portion of the site plan. So that's open for discussion. I'm sorry.
I think that you should also include section 820.7, which is your site plan review standards.
Okay.
Okay.
I'd take that amendment.
Okay. You good with that amendment?
I'll support the amendment.
Okay. All right, so I'd like to hear from the planning commissioners about this motion and second. Paul, your thoughts?
Wow. I think that we pretty much covered all the issues in depth. And I think that the opportunity of having a facility like GoRec with the potential for the training and the classes and the use by the general public as a recreational area is good. So I would vote yes.
Renee?
I agree. I think that we need these types of things, and we've got this opportunity, we've got this gem sitting here in our township. I also completely respect the neighbors, and, you know, I respect where everybody's coming from, but I feel like we've worked really hard to get to a happy medium, and I think it's a good thing.
I am supportive of the day use and the classes, and I think education of the outdoors is primary and what we should be doing. I am not in favor, based on the health, safety, and welfare regarding the things we have found out and how that may affect the residents and the impact to the area. I think we are setting a precedent that could be pernicious to the area in that we have a lot of resorts and lodging in the lakes area and Boardman River that will be coming to us asking for these same things, such as Windjammer, the Oaks, Spider Lake Retreat, and Lakemore Retreat and Lakemore Resort, plus many more. So I think we're setting a precedence here that we're going to see a lot more of this in an area where this wasn't permitted. This is not a commercial area. We do have a growth boundary that does have sewer and water, and the growth boundary has proposals for sewer and water in them to handle these kinds of numbers, frequency, volume, and numbers. And I think the intensity and the frequency of continuing these non-conforming does not meet our zoning.
Your turn, Dan.
Thanks. No, honestly, I think that given the amount of public land that surrounds this area, I think about what could happen if it wasn't utilized, and, you know, flipping a property, even if it's in an easement, there's always, it feels like a way to get out of those if the desire is there by people. I've seen it happen in other rural areas where agricultural lands that were in easement turned back over and were redeveloped. And it's, I'm not saying that that's going to happen here, but when we get an opportunity to, you know, take a use that was there historically, modify it slightly to meet the times, and then rely on the applicant to follow through to develop it in an appropriate manner, like, that's all I think I can ask for, as a member of the community to be able to preserve that asset. Because I look forward to, the public coming in, as much as there are, there's been some negativity surrounding, the site itself. We have seen a lot of praise for it as well in our packets. So, I kind of, again, I like John's lens of seeing that happy medium and trying to find the balance there. It's not an easy task to sit up here and debate that. But I appreciate the input from all the sides, honestly, and I think we get a better product at the end of the day, and hopefully something that, our staff can use as an example when we do have other proposals that come forward in terms of a way to mitigate and monitor what else is going on. Because I know that we haven't given any other cases this much due diligence since I've been on the PC. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, no, I think we have a unique opportunity to get people outdoors and organize activities. I think it's very important. I think it's sometimes been overlooked in this process. I have had concerns and voiced them from the beginning about the scale and intensity of the large events as well as the gun range. I think we've worked to mitigate those, at least to my satisfaction, so I support it.
I think this has been a great process. It's been a long process, but I feel like we have a great opportunity and we have a good product at the end because we've listened and we've heard and we've deliberated and researched. And I've been dreaming about this. I wake up in the morning going, oh, what about that? And so I think that this is going to be good for the township, and I believe that GoRec will be a good neighbor because they have sat through this and have listened to this, and they know the results of not being a good neighbor could be very detrimental to their business, so.
I guess from my standpoint, I kind of look at it two different ways, I guess, as kind of more of the professional lens, looking at some of the objectives of the PUD ordinance. And, I think it matches the spirit of the intent of the PUD provision in our ordinance. It's something that is unique. There's not a lot of uses like this around. There's some innovation, there's unique service in providing services to the community. It does provide some recreation uses. There's also this kind of appropriate reuse of a parcel. There's of this land where there's been history of outdoor activities, and granted it's maybe taking a little bit different direction, but it does have the foresight to really kind of look at this long-term in terms of providing a place where people can continue to get outdoors and learn about those types of experiences and how to gain skills and that type of thing. And I think it's quite unique. In a lot of the communities that I've worked in and seen as a professional planner, I think this is kind of a unique use. And I think we're fortunate to have something like this in the community, similar to the Regional Land Conservancy and what they're doing with the old golf course. So I think it is something to recognize that this is where the PUD provision is really anticipating it, because zoning is very rigid. It doesn't have the flexibility to anticipate these types of things, and this allows for people that have creative minds and ideas to actually put those into action and actually make them happen. From a personal standpoint, I understand, and I've heard a lot of, and I've learned a lot from the comments that people have made and the concerns, and I think we will, as a planning commission, to continue to work to do the best we can for the lakes area. personally, as me, my choice is I don't live on a lake, but I appreciate those places where I can access, whether they're public lands or private situations like this. I do contribute to them greatly. So I do appreciate them because I don't have the means of accessing these types of properties based on where I live. So I think this is something that has a potential to fit well and provide a lot for residents and visitors to our community. I think it's important, too, for everybody here to remember that this is a recommendation, that is the Township Board is the only one pursuant to the ordinance that can make this type of approval. So this is not the end of the process. This is a major step, but it is going to continue forward. So as well as all those conditions that are placed, all those items have to be met and addressed as well. So even if there is anything that goes forward, should the project go forward, there's a lot of work yet that the applicant would have to adhere to make all the requirements met within this application, so.
You can't skip over the part of the intent that says no
So,
adverse.
sorry, sir, we're having deliberation, sir. So, any other comments? Okay, well, we need to have a roll call vote on this. Would that be appropriate? Okay. So, sorry, we're in the process here.
But I feel like it's important.
Sorry, ma'am, we're in the process of voting here, okay? Thank you.
You really need to follow your agenda. You missed the important part of your agenda.
Sir, we're,
Call the public comment period.
yes, I understand that.
It's in your agenda.
Yes, sir, I understand, okay?
Henley.
Yes.
You make your rounds.
Bartlett.
Yes.
Nemitz.
No.
Gonzalez.
Yes.
Leonard.
Yes.
Ferguson.
Yes.
Syke.
Yes. Okay, motion passes. And with that, we'll allow for public comment on this. We'll do a 5-minute adjournment to allow people to leave, and then we'll do public comment. So reconvene at 10 o'clock.
Trish Orvac, 5820 Rennieview Road. I just wanted to say before you guys voted that I had a feeling, it just seemed like you guys were all going to say yes in that. But what I'm upset about is that GoRec was already booking weddings before you even said yes. And I think that that was really wrong, because how did they know to book weddings when you guys didn't even make your decision yet? And that to me is just, it's embarrassing, it's frustrating to us that live on the lake. No one said anything about security when people are having weddings and that. I mean, I'm not against nothing for the education and the nature. I think that's great, and the camping, because that's what we were told in the very, very beginning at the first meeting. Nothing about events. And you get a bunch of people that are having a wedding and that, and you guys just approved somebody on 3 Mile, I do believe that can have a barn wedding. And you get people like that, and you get alcohol on there, and people drink. Who knows that they're not going to go jumping in the lake? How do you know what's going to happen there? I mean, it's just really, really frustrating. I can see having like for the Girl Scouts, I used to be a Girl Scout leader, an event for the kids and that. But the weddings, no, and the noise sound, I think that the noise sound, it travels right across the lake, because you can hear each other across the lake. I could yell across to Cants Road, and you can hear what each other's saying in that. And I just think that I approve of them in the education area and that, and teaching everyone. But I really think it really upsets me that they blamed the Rennieview people on the lake in their articles for closing the camp, that they already started doing the weddings, and you guys didn't even approve it yet. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you? That, I'm sorry, Judy, I agree with what you said, and I do believe with all my heart that you guys are going to get this from everybody else around. The same problem we're going through, everybody's going to want these kind of ordinances and stuff. We got Ranch Rudolph, we got Timber Ridge, we got everything around there. So I appreciate everything that you guys have done, but until you live on the lake and you're paying these property taxes, you don't know. They didn't say anything about security or anything like that. What, call the police? I used to work at the jail. Call the police? You get the rowdies in there? But the other thing I agree with you guys on, as far as, having, events for, like kids, or, like the jamborees, or even the mentally disabled. I have a friend that works with the mentally disabled. They could even bring them over to do volunteer work in that, but not the weddings. And that's why I wanted to just say before you guys voted, and I'm sorry I interrupted you, that it just really made me angry that they're already booking weddings before you guys even voted.
Thank you.
Good evening. Ralph Bednarz, 1380 Autumn Trail. First of all, I want to thank Judy for her due diligence in doing the right thing and really reviewing this application to its fullest. I am disappointed, mostly in the process tonight. You had an approved agenda. Part of that agenda, item number 8 originally, turned to number 9, indicated a public comment opportunity during each agenda item. You chose not to allow that to happen, even though your agenda, which was approved, had it in there. I had 2 sets of comments tonight. I spent a lot of time putting them together. One set was me as president of the Rennie Lake Association, which are very pertinent to all your deliberations tonight. In the second set, me as an individual, which found it a flaw in your attorney's letter that I wanted to point out. But yet you went ahead without the public comment period and did your deliberations and you had your vote. You did not allow that to happen. That's where my biggest disappointment lies. I would like to introduce my comments. I'm not going to read them to you. I don't want to take your time, but I want to introduce them as part of the record tonight. And who should I give these to? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Judy Pelto. I live on Abbey Lane in East Bay Township. I'm a resident who participated in providing input to the Planning Commission's 2022 master plan via surveys sent to residents, participating in focus groups, and speaking at commission meetings. I commend the Planning Commission for its efforts to engage residents of the township, to participate in the process by seeking their feedback. I want to remind the Commission, which is a little late now, that one section of the citizen survey for the new master plan indicates township residents have a strong desire for environmental protection and zoning enforcement, especially in the lakes area. Additionally, the survey showed a high level of responses indicating the desire that land use, regulation should provide and enhance our dense woodlands, open spaces, and inland lakes. In response to the survey question, what do you want the township to do related to natural resources, the recommendations were two. One, to limit the intensity of uses in environmentally sensitive areas, and two, increase zoning enforcement. The Master Plan Update 2021 under the section Policy Land Use states that commission decisions will be driven by the commitment to preserving natural areas in open space. The plan states it will enhance consistency and predictability of enforcement of existing ordinances to protect natural resources, especially in the Forest Lakes area. The plan also says that it will not involve uses, activities, or conditions of operations that will be detrimental to any person, any property, or general welfare. I think Judy made the case about the general welfare of the residents and the taxpayers. The future land use map shows the entire lakes area as being very low density area for development. Approving the GoRec PUD to operate as a commercial event center is contradictory to all of the items discussed, especially as it's on an environmentally sensitive conservation easement. Based on terms in the agenda packet, it appeared to me that the commission was given talking points to rationalize approving the GoRec PUD. Someone on the commission, and I don't quite remember who, stated that there's wiggle room, which we've learned tonight, in ordinances to allow for a PUD approval. That is obviously true, but it doesn't mean you must follow or must allow for a wiggle room. And in doing so, and it doesn't make it right or just. Again, I commend the commission for asking for residents' input into the new master plan, but what is the point if you don't act on our feedback?
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jill Bernardi. I live on Rennieview Road, East Lake Township. I represent myself as a homeowner and Save Forest Lakes as a group. I think you saw several of us sent you one email, so you didn't have to open it 100 times. You saw what it said, and hopefully you recognized our effort to make that easy on you. I want to say that I know that nothing that I say here matters right now, and that's a shame, but I'm going to say it anyway. I wish you were all as diligent as Judy. Thank you. And I don't think it's Judy because she cares about the environment. I think it's Judy because she does her job.
Tracy, I think you're doing a good job. I know you're new, and I do appreciate you digging in. Just a couple comments. Some of your decisions tonight, relying on others to enforce things in your decisions. You did a lot of putting it off on other people. So, number one, relying on the enforcement of the health department to do their jobs. Well, the health department has had the documentation, because I have the documentation, from 1998, if my memory serves me, that those privies, those outhouses have been wrong and have been in that state since 1998, and they've done nothing about it. And they have long inspection reports. And the applicants have had that information. The applicants and the current management team that you just approved, that you rely upon to do their jobs. So I believe that was a mistake. But, you know, go with it. You guys did such a really good job working so hard and did such a thorough job. Number two, the current team, the applicant, you're relying on, well, the PUD. If they do anything wrong, it's against the PUD ordinance, right? So any ordinances, we've got enforcement. They've been running, the current team that you just approved has been running that operation unlicensed since January 1st, 2017, and you've done nothing about it. Nothing. Nothing. Good luck with that. Number three, relying on the conservation easement monitoring reports. Okay? That's what you're relying upon. The conservation easement monitoring reports are not public reports. They've done no enforcement whatsoever. The gentleman here, oh, he left. He wrote the conservation easement report, and he sent a letter to them, an email that we have, that said, could you please write us a permission slip, because we want to present it to the Planning Commission as part of our PUD agreement. And they said, oh, yeah, okay, we'll send it back to you. So there's been no enforcement from the conservation easement ever, including the 200 trees, ever. So good luck relying on that. Oh, and the 200 trees that were removed, that Preston went out and measured, and then suddenly it turned into, we took it off the table. Wendling, in answer to your questions, it was in the supplemental report. I spoke to Preston the day after he had done his inspection out there. He was about to head to his boss's office to tell them about the report, but I happened to talk to him on the phone on his way. And he told me, yeah, I went out there, and, you know, it was icy, it was cold, we snowshoed, we did what we could. He said, you know, he goes, I'm brand new at this, I don't know how to find a official water, what is it, Ralph, the water level? Yeah. Ordinary high water mark. I did my best, but it was freezing, it was raining. He goes, I marched it off at 84. I don't know. He goes, I am going to take my recommendation to my bosses and let them know that we need to postpone it until spring because I'm not confident in my measurement. But guess what? All of a sudden it's fact in the reports today. So we've got no enforcement on the 200 trees that were downed, and all of a sudden it became fact. So good luck on relying on that in your PUD. Developments in areas intended to be developed with hotels and other areas that bring in a lot of tax revenue and are commercial areas. That conversation isn't even relevant and comparable to a piece of property that we all love and agree is a gem, okay? We want camping. We want it to continue like the GoRec, like the Boy Scouts did. We're in favor of that. You've heard that a million times, okay? But to compare that to these commercialized hotels. This piece of property, I don't know how you could protect it any better. There's so many layers of protection that say natural, 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 don't mess with it. How could you possibly compare that? That makes no sense. I don't know how you work with these people. John, I respect you. We had a nice lady come up at the end of one of the meetings and say, you know, I've never been to one of these meetings before, but I just have to say, I feel like you guys have your mind made up. And you were really offended by that. You were offended. What about us? You had the gall to say you were offended by that. The good news is, for me, I have a project on Rennie Lake that needs a lot of waivers. I need a lot of favors, and boy, if I come to the right board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. How's everybody? First, I want to thank you for your time. I understand the effort, and I understand the hard work. I have been asked, my name is Lisa Farland. I have a house on Rennie Lake, 5832, and I've been asked by a gentleman named Charles Herbert. He's here with us today. I've been asked to read on his behalf his notarized affidavit, because he got a lot of history. I'm kind of a newbie around here. So here it is. I, Charles Herbert, being of adult age and sound mind, am providing this affidavit from my own personal knowledge. If placed under oath, my testimony would be as follows. 1. My father started going to the Boy Scout camp on Rennie Lake in late 1920s. My father helped to build the original dining hall on the property. The dining hall was used for scout meetings and meals. 2. I started going to the camp in the early 1960s when I was about 13 years old. A new dining hall was built during my second year at camp around 61 or 62. This new dining hall had a larger, better equipped kitchen. 3. There were approximately 4 campsites separated by some distance, and each campsite had about 10 tents with 2 people per tent. 4, when the Boy Scouts were using the property, nobody from the Boy Scouts slept in the cabins. The only cabins that were built on the property had the following functions. There was a caretaker's cabin, a camp store, a first aid station, and an administrative building. After I finished my scouting career, I worked an additional 2 periods at the camp as an assistant counselor and a maintenance worker. 5, when I was a Boy Scout at the camp and worked at the camp, the only shooting activity was archery. There were no fires at the individual campsites. There was only 1 fire per week held at the community bowl. 6, any entertainment at Boy Scout camp was held at the bowl, which was approximately 50 feet deep. 7, the Boy Scouts were always supervised while swimming or when using the canoes or rowboats. The canoeing and rowboating was limited to the lake shore in the camp cove. In the camp cove. When the Scouts were done boating, staff would turn the canoes and rowboats upside down at the shore. 8, our family owns 2 lakefront cottages on Rennie Lake near the camp property. One was built in 1930 and the other purchased in 1974. Both cottages are frequently utilized by his immediate family members. 9, I heard the sound of chainsaws coming from GoRec property. 10, I am very concerned about campfires at each individual campsite and the increase in risk of forest fires. Okay, listen to this. If camping is allowed 150 nights per year, that amounts to 9,000 potential campfires, the use of 750 cords of wood, requiring approximately 1,500 trees. Cutting trees is prohibited by law, and bringing in wood from the outside area would increase the risk of transmitting tree disease. So, thank you, Charles Herbert. That's a lot of history there. I would just like to share an observation. First, I own a business in Oakland County, so it's a same board, different players, different county, but I would assume the same expectations, the same amount of respect shown to the public, the same amount of processes followed, agendas respected. It feels much different up here than it does in Oakland County. It feels as though there's an underlying agenda here that isn't necessarily representing the public or your ordinances and your zoning and the property that we've been discussing. I would like to just take 1 second to acknowledge, just looking at your binders tells me a lot. Look at the binders. Thank you, Judy. We appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
Josh Lowe, Woods and Waters Trail. Wanted to start out by just pointing out that this activity center noise transmission report that we relied on so much for demonstrating that there are no adverse effects comes from a company called Sound Environments LLC. They are a party equipment rental service. They rent sound equipment. They might stand to benefit just a little bit from an event center in the middle of the Forest Lakes. Yeah, so these are the kind of credentials that are getting poured into important documents that we're relying on to make these decisions. It would be like going to Ben and Jerry and asking if ice cream is going to make you fat. You're not going to get, and then claiming that they're a dietitian. What I really wanted to say here is how much I appreciated the conversation you all had earlier this month around the Raymond Farm wedding venue. It was such a thoughtful, critical conversation focused on adverse effects on surrounding uses. There's a clear repeating pattern developing around here, asks of the Planning Commission that are blatant offenses to wisely established zoning constraints. Busy event centers have no place in rural, low-density areas, but these requests won't be the last. What this deserved was attention, careful consideration, and a solution that will establish precedent we won't all live to regret. I thought it was interesting, the gentleman who spoke so passionately about his mother's farm sounded like he could have been talking about GoRec. Traffic, noise, drunk driving, privacy concerns, people coming in not from here and taking the same care. And you all asked some really great questions and expressed concerns that are every bit as relevant to the application being considered tonight. Dan, you expressed concerns around the number of events in a quiet rural area. Paul and Tracy were concerned about frequency in 300-person events. Chairman Syke was concerned with the scale and the potential impact nearby parcels with 300-person events and amplified music, wisely adding that, quote, just 300 people talking gets pretty loud, and that adding things of a festive nature, drinking and having a good time, the things get even louder. And with a barn not air-conditioned, doors open, things get louder yet, and activity pouring out from porta-johns further adds noise disturbance. These are incredibly thoughtful questions and analysis from you all, and so very importantly, looking out for surrounding uses and neighbors. These were all comments made about Raymond Farm. The only difference tonight is that the barn becomes Besser Hall, the noise projects unabated across the lake, it's compounded with a large on-site campground, and happens with even greater frequency and intensity of events. Judy, thank you so much. We respect you greatly and have so much admiration for your dedication to the public health and safety and welfare of East Bay Township residents. The rest of this board should be ashamed for this double standard. PUDs allow the township flexibility so long as that flexibility is consistent with the intent of our ordinance, compatible with adjacent use, and doesn't come at the cost of any adverse effects on surrounding neighbors. That's what the statement of intent says. Any adverse effects. It's zero. None. Our ordinance states that if each of these cannot be established by a preponderance of evidence, that's the language, preponderance of evidence, that you are required to deny this application. There was no reasonable way to look at this application, understand the principles of our ordinance, and say that the requested uses could be approved. I thank you for your time, but the residents of this township deserve a far different outcome.
Thank you.
Karen Smith, 1330 Cants. Once again, thank you for your time doing us all this work. I wouldn't want to be there. But there's a few things that I would like to say, and one is, from the very beginning of this process, it's felt like this table especially is for the applicant. Everything is for the applicant. Never does anyone say for the residents, for the people who actually pay taxes. These people don't pay any taxes. These people aren't going to call the police, the fire department, whoever. They're not paying for it. We're going to be the ones that are going to be responsible for the rise in the services to the police, the fire department, whoever. It's very disheartening to feel like the entire process is only ever aimed for the applicant. If you were sitting on this side, I'm sure you would feel the same way. The other issue is GoRec continues to say it's going to be the same as it was with the Boy Scouts. We've been there for almost 60 years. I got an idea how it was with the Boy Scouts. They stayed on their end of the lake with their kayaks or with their canoes. They didn't jump off other people's rafts in the lake. They didn't come up to our shoreline and look at our stuff. They were supervised in their area. So we never, on our lake, have never had a problem with theft of anything. You can leave your life jackets, your skis, you can leave anything out. So I propose now that we're going to have people in kayaks, 60 of them, all around, and the launch at their site is going to be supervised, but we don't know how it's going to be supervised. How are we supposed to not call the police when our things are missing now? Before, if something washed up on shore or whatever, we knew to go around the lake and ask somebody whose it was. We aren't going to have that opportunity now. Things are going to be missing. We're going to have to change our way of life. And I get that that's not your problem, that we have to change our way of life. I get that. But it seems really unfair that it doesn't feel, and I know feelings aren't important, but it doesn't feel like the majority of you care about the tax-paying residents in that area. So I do thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Patty Hirschberger, 4178 Silver Bay Drive. Yeah.
If you could come to the microphone, please.
Patty Hirschberger, 4170 Celery Bay Drive. I have a history of high blood pressure, and it has taken me a long time to settle down from what I have seen up here, and I'm totally disgusted. We have one person, Judy, that can look into the future and tell us what this, everything that you approved, what's going to happen to us. It's not like just today or the traffic report that looked just in the winter months. The weddings are in the summer. Nothing is projected out to what will happen. And so that's all I can say. My blood pressure is raising so high. I worked all day and a half a day yesterday on comments. And I thought long and hard on them. I'm not reading them now. Obviously, it didn't make a difference. I'm disgusted.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda Fisher, and I live on Hiawatha Trail on Spider Lake. And I've been coming to the meetings or watching them on TV, and I appreciate that some of you know exactly what's in there in our rules. Some you feel like, wow, I didn't know that, you know. There's been a lot of things when we started have changed dramatically. This thing's been just rolling along. Oh, no, we're not going to do that. Oh, then we're going to change that. So trying to keep up with what's really happening, even tonight, about a road going down to Rainy Lake, well, but we don't know what it's going to look like. But they said they might do that. I live on Spider Lake. Believe me, you can hear anybody that has music on all the way down to 3 miles down that way. So to say that you're not going to have the thing travel, and I'm going to call the police if I hear it. The other part is the crosswalk that they're talking. And GoRec does own on Spider Lake, across that part. But there's a barrier so you don't go out of Scout Camp and end up in the lake. So to get around that part where the guys fish, you have to go around the barrier and down there. Now if you put a crosswalk, those 60 kayaks can come to our lake. Because you're saying if somebody is at GoRec, they can walk across and launch a little bit in Spider Lake. We have invasive species. They take them back, and who's gonna monitor, like, oh, you had Spider Lake today? You better wash it. So you got 2 lakes that are gonna be affected by that. So I really, just some of the things that were discussed, I think unless you live where we live and you came and talked to us, and we don't live on Rennie, we live on Spider, you say, oh, I don't want to live in a lake. But we do. And we know the parts about living on a lake. And we know how it's important. Camping's fine with me. Having classes, the other comment was, they have a nice brochure. I don't know if you've looked at it and seen how much their classes are, but I can't afford them. And they're going to have somebody come in and teach those classes. And you know what? Fine, if you can afford that. They can have that, but this big event center, I never thought, when we bought in this area, under our provision that we read all the stuff about this area, that you can have an event center. Timber Ridge has things going on like this. But you go down Bassett Trail, you don't drive. My kids, all 4 of them, when, 3 years ago when they had, I guess another company from Interlochen came in and had a swim in Rennie Lake. Kids jumped on their bikes, went down Hobbs Highway, across Rennie and down around and back again, a little bit on Supply, and came there. Supply, fine. Hobbs has no edge. My kids were riding on it, and they went over, and my husband even volunteered. The road goes like this. And all of a sudden, we're standing at Harold's with our signs for our kids, and people are pulling out of Harold's Road, which goes into Hobbs, and we're going, don't pull out. There's a whole bunch of bikers coming by. And the people that were running it, and they didn't run it, they had a company that came from Interlochen and ran it. The car went on the opposite side to go back down to Arbutus to safely get those people out of there. And he's driving on the wrong side of the road around the curves, and we're going, oh my gosh. So all of the houses on Spider Lake, they feed into Hobbs. And probably you know this already, we have the most rentals on Spider Lake. So when summer comes, somebody better put a little snake across the road and find out how many cars really come down Hobbs. So I'm so disappointed. I'm so disappointed because Judy brought up so many reasons that we are not following the rules. Our cottage was built, we bought in 2003. In 2015, we moved in. Leslie and I spent a lot of time following, asking her, can we do this? How can we do this? We had asked, couldn't put a little deck on the front, in front of our bedroom because it was 47 feet from the lake. We didn't do it because it's against the rules. We followed the rules. We have other friends here that cut off a little bit of their deck because it didn't follow the rules. But today, didn't matter. And you're talking about 200 trees down? We have people on Spider Lake, come Saturday, they go out, cut every doggone tree down the front because they bought a wooded lot, but they didn't want one. And nobody's around to call. And that's it. They stripped the land all the way down to the lake. So the ordinance are not followed by everybody, and there's really nothing we can do. So I'm really sorry that this passed. I really thought this was such a big deal that it will affect, which is true. Everybody else is going to be walking in, well, so-and-so did it, why can't I? So I really feel that after today, when all those little changes went, you should have said, we got to wait and check this stuff out. All the questions that you've been asked, we need to follow through and make sure that these people that are giving a report that it's okay for the ordinance and that, are they really qualified to say it's okay? Or it's just the friend of the friend that says, take care, write a little note for us, okay? We got to get it done. It just makes us angry and feels like it doesn't matter that we're the ones, once again, if we get invasive species, we'll be paying the taxes to fix it. So thank you for your time. I wouldn't want to be on the board, but thank you for trying. And I know a lot of you are new, because you said before, I'm really new to this, so you don't know all the history that's gone on of different things that's been passed. So thank you.
Thank you.
Carol Kusel, East Bay Township resident, property owner. I agree and support almost 100% of what other people just came up and presented in this post-meeting, post-decision process. I too had a report or a presentation to make, and the focus of it was simple. Back in December, when the PUD came to you folks at a dual meeting of you folks and the trustees, the GoRec PUD had 15 special events. And you all, and many of you and many trustees said, we are uncomfortable with that. Go back, GoRec, and do some more work on it. They went and did more work. They came back with 80 special events, but divided up into medium and large and so on and so forth. Then you had your decision-making process and told them to go back and do more. And they said, oh, we've listened to you, we've listened to the public, and now we want 70 special events. And we'll decrease the total 500 to 420 because now we know what the fire department says our Besser Lodge can have. I don't know what was decided tonight, honestly, with how many special events can happen, but it's somewhere down here. It's closer to down here, closer to the 70, I think, than the 15. You and the trustees were worried about this. My prepared comments said, the scope and intensity of the GoRec PUD is enormous. Look at your book, you know it. The GoRec PUD, in my interpretation, and many others, seem to be inadequate, that many details are missing, unclear, or you folks showed us, it's difficult to find. Without the details, where you can easily find them, without the details, the T's crossed, the I's dotted, the enforcement will be extremely difficult for your zoning administrator. Ultimately, it came down to that definition of flexible that's outlined in the ordinance that you folks followed. Let's look at what I think a lot of people would consider the elephant in the room. Most people would agree that Rotary does do good things and has done good things for the Traverse City area. Heck, your Traverse City, or our trustees, our township trustees, has asked Rotary for money to fund the recent update of the master plan. But because Rotary does many good things, because Rotary has given our township money or was asked to give us money, it doesn't mean that everything that GoRec or Rotary wants is good, and in this case, the PUD. I'm sorry for your decision. I do appreciate all your work. I'm especially grateful for Judy. I'm disappointed, though.
Thank you.
My name is Art Fisher. I live at 4005 Hiawatha Trail. And as a citizen, I was extremely bothered by the way you had the agenda set up, so you would totally ignore public comment prior to taking your vote. I really believe that was a mistake. You should hear the public before voting on something of this magnitude. I would hope that you will consider that in the future. Listen to the public before you vote.
Thank you.
I'm Carol Shekra, 1863 Caspian. In the cold weather and in the warm weather, I'm on Cambridge Drive, close to where Garfield and Hobbs Highway come together. And most of my comments I'm setting aside because they've been so beautifully expressed by the people who actually live on these lakes. Thank you for all of the time that you put in reading and reading and reading. It's as though you need a couple of PhDs to get through all of this with all of the waivers and the add-ons and the changes and so forth. However, as it comes down and you hear all of these great concerns of the part of the riparians, there's an awful lot of, I just wrote this in, scrabbled it in, awful lot of amount of trust me. These folks are looking for enforcement. They're looking for concern that their lives have just been changed. The gentleman I just met tonight, he's gone now, Dave, lives on Bass. His buddy Chuck next to him lives on Bass. We live on the north side. Unsolicited, he said to me after someone spoke about the sound and the lack of credentials with the sound guy. Both Dave and Chuck said, we can hear every word. We can sing the songs when the music is played, and there was some loud music last summer. It's terribly disappointing what's occurred. And you know, there's a lot of untruth when you omit things. It was brought up tonight that the parking dilemma. Well, there's a spot that doesn't show up on the picture, but it is in the writing, and it's a parking place off Ranch Rudolph. Well, if it doesn't show up on the map, that means it may not be there yet. So what happens? Is there going to be a lot of dirt moved again? And that's the plan was that wouldn't be happening anymore. We're not going to change anything, remember? I do have a question, and I saw it a couple times. Maybe it was Doug Mansfield. I can't remember who all. I've seen it a couple times in writing that the Forest Lakes overlay, and we're so proud of that Forest Lakes overlay. Local people worked on that, and it has served as an example all across the nation. Several communities have used it and emulated it. And what I've read is that, and I don't have an answer, perhaps you can answer me right now, is that, let me read my question, and because I left most of my stuff out of this. I'm just from the heart right now. It says, and I've never been able to get quite the answer, no legislative body at federal, state, or local level can supersede the local Forest Lakes overlay. Are you able to answer me now? Who can answer that question? 'Cause it's just
Typically, we
been-
don't answer in public comment, but we'll take your question.
Okay.
We will take
Thank
your
you.
question.
Thank you so much. All right, and everything else has been said so beautifully. Yep. Thank you very much. I do appreciate, we all appreciate, that you have been asked to do something that I hope doesn't happen again in any of our lifetimes. That is to make a decision that is so powerfully impacting on these riparians. And we appreciate your time. We appreciate that GoRec, the wonderful nature-related activities that will occur. I haven't heard one person protest that. We all applaud that. Thank you, guys. However, the riparians got the back end of all of this.
Thank you.
I'm going to be super brief. When we found out about Ted Price, 5601 Brownwood Trail, when we first learned about GoRec going in and taking over that property, we were super excited as a family. In fact, I even know Michael was over there, which made me even more excited because I know him and his passion for outdoors. And you know my passion for outdoors. In fact, I even called him when I found out he was over there, like, hey, if you want me to come help, teach land navigation and orientation. I know he likes to do kayaking. I'm an avid kayaker. So all that is like super exciting to me. I want to see that go. I want to be involved with a lot of that, passing it on to kids, paying it forward to kids. But the direction that this is going just doesn't seem to make any sense to me. It's really super, super disappointing. And I think, and you said you're going to take questions, not answer them now, but maybe just get going with it. This question I have is, I don't understand how something that's in a land conservancy, that's tax exempt, can then function in a commercial application or commercial role. So, and maybe I'm missing something. Yeah, just something to think about. So, thank you for your public service. It's been a huge commitment for you guys, and I watched that, but I know it's really late.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we'll close the public comment. Next meeting is April 5th, 2022. Entertain a motion to adjourn?
I make the motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, we're adjourned.